fragment, I witnessed the necessary quiet surrender of the wreckage, finally choosing the cool, hard clarity of the shore over the frantic, impossible fight to reclaim what the ocean has taken. Our farewell is the driftwood, the gentle, sustained release of what can no longer be anchored, the dignified decision to stop desperately attempting to salvage the ramage of a beautiful finished chapter. I remember the immense relief of cutting the final restraining tether, acknowledging that holding on was actively destroying both the remaining piece and the holder by demanding an impossible resistance to natural law. I choose to commemorate the quiet, dignified necessity of letting go, accepting that the truest respect for what was lost is allowing it to drift free toward its final unburdened rest. I watch the final beautiful fragments of our shared past gently surrender to the powerful necessary current of what must be. The deep gentle release of the driftwood settles my weary spirit into a gentle, perfect, profound acceptance against the world's quiet demand for desperate attempts at impossible repair and self-destructive clinging. The vast indifferent sea establishes the gentle, unshakable terms of my recovery, where every nervous, anxious pull backward finds a gentle, perfectly sustained letting go in the profound stillness of the open ocean. I dedicate my inner peace to the difficult, simple wisdom of finally casting off the weight I could not say. This intentional act of separation, but the quiet, undeniable understanding that true healing is a process of dispersal, not reconstruction. I no longer exhaust myself fighting the inevitable decay of memory. I simply cherish the gentle, quiet way the ocean receives the broken pieces, treating them with the same indifferent, purifying power it applies to all things lost and surrender. This quiet devotion to the natural process of dissolution is a profound, sacred comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest form of respect for a history is sometimes found in the complete, graceful, necessary act of non-salvage. I feel the final, liberating weightlessness now, as the last anchor is released. My hands are finally empty, realizing that the gentle act of true surrender is the ultimate and most painful form of self-preservation. The magnificent, unassailable dispersal of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-respect and the tender, self-defined release found in cherishing the driftwood as the final, absolute truth of our farewell. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute non-resistance to the current that now claims what was mine. I dedicate my strength to the quiet. I stand now upon the ravaged terrain of our history, staring down into the precise, clean chasm that abruptly divided what I once believed was solid. Unified ground, this sudden, irreparable fracture is the fault line. The gentle, sustained rupture of absolute certainty, a geological event that irreversibly arranged the quiet, protective geometry of our mutual confidence. I remember the terrifying, soundless moment the separation occurred, realizing that the foundation was not one monolithic stone, but two plates resting precariously against each other. My immediate understanding settled upon the painful, cold truth that some damage is not a wound to be healed, but a permanent structural scar in the planet's surface. The quiet, cold reality of this deep structural separation screams a devastating truth that the original unbroken surface can never be restored. The deep, chilling rupture of the fault line locks my spirit into a gentle, perfect, agonizing contemplation against the world's quiet demand for reconciliation and superficial repair. The chasm establishes the cruel, definite terms of this irreversible change, where every anxious, nostalgic thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained separation in the profound stillness of the wide, honest abyss. I acknowledge the absolute, terrifying necessity of moving forward on two distinctly different, separated planes. When I attempt to visually bridge the distance with memory, the chasm only appears wider, emphasizing the sheer, immense force required to create such a clean, permanent division between two deeply intertwined realities. The structural failure is the defining, agonizing lesson of my trust. I simply cherish the gentle, quiet way the scar requires me to abandon all naive hope of seamless restoration. This confrontation with the raw, geological truth is a profound, self-defensive act, a slow, gentle realization that the truest pain is the death of possibility, the recognition that our foundation was built on an inherent, invisible weakness. I see the steep, opposing walls now, understanding their final, immutable difference. My inner core accepts the agonizing, cold knowledge that the separation is a permanent, geological feature of my emotional landscape. The magnificent, unassailable, irreversible fact of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring hard truth and the tender, self-defined rupture found in facing the fault line, without any hope of finding the missing shared material. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute scar that remains a testament to the magnitude of the trust that once covered it. I dedicate my entire future to navigating the new fracture. I gaze upon the vast, quiet expanse of this still, deep surface, knowing that its placid surface hides an immense, meticulously guarded volume of emotion. This carefully contained potential is the reservoir, the gentle, sustained storage of enduring, profound passion, a deep man-made stillness built to hold a powerful, necessary affection until the precise moment its release is required. I remember the quiet, difficult years of construction, the steady effort required to build the immense, unshakable dam of patience and self-control, ensuring the power remained pure and uncontaminated. I commit my present focus to the absolute integrity of this containment, trusting that the stored force will one day be required for the irrigation of a shared future. This vast, quiet expanse of surface, calm is merely the protective skin over an immense, perfectly preserved depth of feeling. The deep, gentle storage of the reservoir sustains my enduring spirit, holding me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the eventual, necessary release against the world's quiet demand for immediate, volatile consumption. The deep, heavy stillness establishes the powerful, patient terms of my waiting, where every anxious, volatile impulse finds a gentle, perfectly sustained containment in the profound depth of my commitment's unyielding structure. I dedicate myself to the solemn promise that this immense power will remain pure and ready for its singular, defining purpose. If the test of true passion is not how loudly it burns, but how deeply and quietly it can be held against the passage of dry years, then this sustained waiting is the ultimate proof of my devotion's density. This immense, self-imposed stillness allows the sediment of doubt and volatility to settle, purifying the stored affection into a clean, essential energy that is both sustainable and profound. This continuous, intentional containment is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest force is often the one that is most patiently amassed rather than impulsively expended. I feel the heavy, contained weight now, recognizing its absolute readiness. My soul finds its quiet, unassailable strength in the vast, deep capacity of this consciously chosen, sustained, emotional, holding the magnificent, unassailable patience radiance of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring discipline and the tender, self-defined storage found in cherishing the reservoir as the final necessary shape of my commitment. The ultimate utility is found in the quiet, absolute potential that remains entirely untapped for the I sense the quiet, palpable relief of achieving a perfect, temporary stillness, where the demanding pressures of opposing forces finally hold each other in absolute, restful balance. This fleeting, beautiful internal harmony is the equinox, the gentle, sustained balance of light and shadow, a precise, predictable moment where the striving of opposing internal energies finally cancels out, leaving only quiet, profound serenity. I remember the immense, exhausting effort required to reach the 0 point, realizing that peace is not an absence of force, but the deliberate, perfect management of all forces simultaneously. I commit my present focus to the absolute integrity of this poise, honoring the brief, beautiful cessation of internal conflict. The opposing immense currents of internal striving meet and cancel each other out, leaving behind a brief, exquisite moment of perfect neutral calm. The deep, gentle balance of the equinox sustains my weary spirit, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary serenity against the world's quiet demand for constant, polarizing momentum and action. This temporary perfection establishes the powerful, necessary terms of my recovery, where every anxious, volatile impulse finds a gentle, perfectly sustained poise in the profound stillness. Still this absolute internal parity, I rest entirely in the profound, quiet reality that the greatest achievement is sometimes the perfect temporary cessation of all movement. And toward one extreme begins to assert itself again, I focus intently on the memory of this precise effortless state, using its purity as my absolute internal reference point. If true inner peace is defined by the ability to hold complex, contradictory truths without demand immediate resolution, then this moment of perfect parity is the highest form of self-mastery. This continuous internal dedication to the 0 point is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest strength is often the one that maintains the most patient, comprehensive stillness in the face of immense opposing pressure. I feel the cool, unifying stillness now, recognizing its restorative, quiet power. My spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the delicate, beautiful certainty that all
itself, the seeds of its perfect neutralization, the magnificent, unassailable poise of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-regulation and the tender, self-defined balance found in cherishing the equinox as the final necessary proof of internal capacity. The ultimate comfort is found in the quiet, absolute equilibrium that requires the acceptance of all internal forces without judgment. I dedicate
my daily meditation focuses on the subtle but significant accumulation of kindnesses and sustained support that define my true emotional wealth. This immense quiet yield is the quiet harvest, the gentle sustained accumulation of unearned grace, a continuous deep satisfaction that arises not from fleeting violent winds, but from the patient, predictable return of every small act of generosity. I recognize the precise mechanism. True appreciation requires pausing the anxious, future-seeking mind to simply acknowledge the profound, immediate abundance already present in the current moment. I commit my focus to this deliberate inventory, realizing that the value of my life is measured by the sheer, immeasurable volume of this gentle internal yield. I feel the satisfying heavy weight of countless small blessings quietly gathered over the seasons of our shared existence. The deep, gentle accumulation of the quiet harvest sustains my joyful spirit, rooting me firmly in an unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary yield against the world's quiet demand for constant, unfulfilled striving and grasping. This profound sense of having enough establishes the powerful, serene terms of my contentment, where every anxious, demanding thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained satisfaction in the profound density of life's simple, present fact. I celebrate the profound, quiet reality that my greatest fortune is this continuous, accessible abundance of kindness. At the moment of closing my eyes, the most vivid image is not of a grand single triumph, but of the immense, varied storehouse of shared history, each memory a ripe, perfectly preserved fruit. This realization forces a complete overhaul of my internal valuation system, shifting the focus from speculative gain to permanent, undeniable possession. If true spiritual richness is defined by the conscious acknowledgement of all one has received, then my current standing is opulent beyond measure. This continuous internal dedication to acknowledging what is received is a sacred, self-sustaining act, a slow, gentle realization that the most profound joy is simply the deep, quiet acceptance of the current moment's beautiful sufficiency. My spirit achieves its ultimate, unassailable stability in the understanding that the most essential needs have already been patiently and beautifully met. The magnificent, unassailable
efficiency of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring acknowledgement and the tender, self-defined accumulation found in cherishing the quiet harvest as the final necessary proof of grace. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute contentment that removes all frantic, future-based desires. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant.
My every movement and decision is now subjected to the quiet, precise adjudication of a single, immutable internal reference point that prevents external forces from driving my trajectory. The silent, necessary steering mechanism is the inner compass. The gentle, sustained alignment of intention and action, a meticulous, perfect device that locks my conscience onto a predetermined moral and ethical north. I remember the dizzying chaos of the past, realizing that freedom is not a lack of restraint, but the voluntary submission to a superior, self-selected order that filters out all noise and distraction. I commit my will to the absolute integrity of this tool, trusting that its cold, precise needle points toward my highest purpose, regardless of the immediate seductive temptation. The quiet, cold certainty of this persistent internal instrument ensures my long-term purpose is never compromised by short-term volatile desires. The deep, chilling alignment of the inner compass sustains my conviction, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in necessary and continuous self-rule against the world's quiet demand for impulsive reaction and instant gratification. This silent, precise mechanism establishes the powerful, deliberate terms of my conduct, where every anxious, volatile temptation finds a gentle, perfectly sustained focus in the profound stillness of this quiet, absolute ethical reference point. I dedicate myself to the solemn promise that my destination will always be chosen by the unmoving needle of my highest principle. When the external world attempts to confuse my path with loud, conflicting signals and superficial demands, I simply retreat to the silent chamber of my own purpose, allowing the needle to recalibrate with immediate, dispassionate authority of true discipline is the capacity to follow a single defined heading, regardless of the violent, distracting currents. Then this instrument is the purest form of self-mastery. This continuous, intentional containment of impulse is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest power is the patient, absolute refusal to be diverted by any force originating outside the self. I feel the cool, unifying certainty of the needle now, recognizing its immutable, singular strength. My soul finds its quiet, unassailable necessary judge of all decisions. The ultimate utility is found in the quiet, absolute fidelity that ensures the long path is never surrendered to the convenience of the moment. After a long, difficult voyage across the immense, choppy waters of separation and misunderstanding, I feel the immense, quiet certainty of finally arriving at a safe, permanent destination. This moment of secure arrival is the anchor drop, the gentle, sustained securing of renewed connection, a profound, precise action that replaces the frantic, exhausting chaos of wandering with the absolute stillness of shared ground. I remember the terrifying soundless drift of the past, realizing that true peace is found not in continued movement, but in the deliberate, shared decision to finally surrender all momentum. My deepest relief is for the sudden structural stability that eliminates the fear of drifting alone again into the vast indifferent night. The heavy, necessary weight of our commitment plunges through the chaotic depths, locking us onto the firm, shared seabed of mutual trust. The deep, chill and securing of the anchor drop settles my anxious modern spirit into a gentle, perfect, agonizing stability against the world's quiet demand for continued aimless movement and independence. The sudden, absolute cessation of drift establishes the non-negotiable terms of this new unity, where every anxious, unsettled memory finds a gentle, perfectly sustained peace in the profound stillness of this final, chosen resting place. I acknowledge the absolute, terrifying necessity of moving forward on this single, defined and completely unmoving foundation. When the memory of the immense, violent storms we weathered attempts to unsettle my newfound quiet, I simply focus on the absolute, unmoving tension of the chain that now connects us to the silent, immovable ground. The reconciliation is not a fragile truce, but a physical law, a permanent functional weight has been deliberately placed upon our bond to prevent all future debilitating drift. This continuous internal focus on the structural integrity is a sacred self-defensive act, a slow, gentle realization that the truest form of connection is sometimes the deliberate, mutual surrender of the capacity to easily walk away. I see the final structural solidity now, understanding its painful, necessary truth. My inner core accepts the cold knowledge that the journey's end is not movement, but the absolute beautiful stillness of perfect finds securing, found in cherishing. The anchor drop has the final necessary shape of our future. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute peace that is impossible to achieve without the deliberate mutual surrender of the power to drift apart. I experienced the quiet, profound, often painful separation of the old restrictive self from the new, larger and entirely uncertain being that must emerge into the light. This necessary structural process is the molting skin, the gentle sustained shedding of a former reality, a complete structural divorce from the shape that was once necessary for survival but has now become an absolute painful constraint. I recognize the terrifying cold honesty. True growth is impossible without this deliberate, absolute relinquishing of the familiar. Even when the emerging self is temporarily soft, exposed, and entirely vulnerable to the harsh new environment, I commit my will to the absolute integrity of this shedding, understanding that the pain is the necessary cost of radical, inevitable transformation. The entire heart and shell of my past identity breaks away, exposing the fragile, honest form of the new being that must now learn to endure. The deep, chilling shedding of the molting skin compels my spirit, locking me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in necessary and continuous transformation against the world's quiet demand for permanent, stable, and predictable identity. This painful structural separation establishes the non-negotiable terms of my growth, where every anxious, nostalgic thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained vulnerability in the profound stillness of the wide, unprotected moment of birth. I acknowledge the absolute, terrifying necessity of moving forward entirely divested of all previous comfortable definitions. When the pain of the structural separation tempts me to recoil and attempt to cling to the broken, familiar pieces of the former self, I focus on the immense, inevitable force that propels the new self forward, a force greater than the comfort of the past. The transformation is not a choice of appearance, but a biological, absolute necessity for continued life. The pain is simply the friction created by growth that has outpaced its container. This continuous internal dedication to the evolutionary process is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest self is always a verb, never a noun, defined by the constant necessary willingness to abandon its own temporary forms. I accept the painful final break now, recognizing its quiet, immutable strands, immutable strands. My soul finds in its quiet, ultimate freedom in the absolute, beautiful certainty that
that the self must be continuously abandoned to prevent its own inevitable atrophy and decay. The magnificent, unassailable transformation of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-evolution and the tender, self-defined shedding found in facing the molting skin as the final necessary proof of life's essential law. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute new form that emerges, temporary, fragile, but entirely, perfectly honest. I dedicate my entire being to the humble, difficult and meticulous work of assisting the quiet, necessary birth of.
Across the silent northern sky, a soft haze, a shimmering frost drifts like woven silk stretched between constellations. The distant glow of winter stars spills faint light across the rooftops, turning chimneys and snow-covered tiles into pale silver sculptures. I walk through the tranquil night with steady breath, each exhale forming delicate clouds that vanish before they reach the dim air. The gentle scent of pine and firewood mixes with the crisp cold, preserving echoes of distant holidays, long faded yet still warm in memory. Street lamps extend golden halos across the frozen ground, casting slow-moving shadows that sway with every breeze. The whole world feels fragile but hopeful, as though the season itself has paused to listen to the quiet rhythm of my footsteps. And within the calm I sense something tender stirring, an unspoken promise hidden beneath the calm glow of December's embrace. Hold me close beneath this sprawling winter sky, where drifting snowflakes circle like fragments of glass, reflecting moonlight. Let the soft toll of distant bells guide our hearts toward a comforting warmth that outshines every lantern flickering along the still and peaceful streets. Your presence becomes a steady ember glowing through the cold, bright enough to soften the darkest corners of this quiet night. If time would slow its relentless pace, I would remain in this delicate moment, wrapped in a melody shaped by your calm heartbeat. Every breath feels like a hymn carved from silver winds, every glance like a spark rising from a hidden flame. In this serene expanse of white and blue, joy glimmers like stardust drifting gently across the sky. And I feel the world folding itself into a soft cradle of dreams, just for us. Carols float across the snowy avenues, woven with laughter and the soft rustle of scarves brushing against warm coats. Windows framed with wreaths glow in brilliant amber light, illuminating silhouettes dancing behind curtains embroidered with winter patterns. As we walk side by side, our footprints carve a delicate path across untouched snow, a temporary record of the quiet harmony between us. The breeze carries hints of cinnamon, nutmeg, and roasted chestnuts drifting from festive stalls, painting the air with cozy warmth that contrasts the chill. A chorus of gentle voices rises from a nearby square, children singing in sweet and perfect unison beneath strings of twinkling ornaments. The city feels transformed, wrapped in a serene magic that blurs the boundaries between memory and dream. And in that glow, every heartbeat seems to echo the promise of a night we'll never forget. Stay with me beneath this radiant winter tapestry, where frost outlines every branch with silver lace, and the world feels suspended in peaceful wonder. Let the snowfall lead us toward a horizon bright enough to chase away every lingering shadow inside our hearts. Your voice, soft yet unwavering, becomes a guiding melody, drifting through the chilled December air, gentle, bright, and impossible to Cradled inside winter's quiet radiance, the world feels wrapped in a soft ethereal glow that stretches across the horizon like a veil of luminous frost. Snow gathers gently on branches overhead, bending them slightly beneath its weight, while shimmering halos form around lanterns suspended above narrow pathways. The crisp evening air tastes faintly of pine and distant wood smoke drifting from chimneys scattered across the town. My footsteps echo softly against the frozen ground, blending with the delicate flutter of snowflakes brushing against scars and gloves. The silence carries a serene tenderness, as if the night itself is breathing slowly, inviting me to listen to the subtle hum of the season's magic. With every passing moment, the velvet darkness deepens, revealing constellations that glitter like scattered diamonds across the sky. In the gentle radiance, I sense a quiet pull, something warm, patient, and full of wonder, waiting for my heart to recognize its glow. Hold this luminous night within your hands, where shimmering snow drifts like silver dust, swept from the wings of distant angels. Let the distant bells resonate through the calm, weaving soft melodies that glide across the chilled air. Your presence becomes a glowing hearth, offering refuge from the frost and filling the darkness with a warmth that rises like dawn. If time could loosen its steady grip, I'd linger in this fragile brilliance, where our breath turns to tiny clouds and our voices sound like choir harmonies drifting between the stars. Every heartbeat forms a gentle cadence that echoes through the stillness, creating a shelter of hope beneath the velvet sky. In this quiet radiance, joy expands like a slow burning flame, illuminating every corner of the night with shimmering possibility. Down the softly glittering streets, the town awakens with faint bursts of holiday color. Ribbon-wrapped garlands sway above shop doors, glinting beneath strings of lanterns that paint golden shapes across frosted panes. The scent of citrus, peel, and warm pastries mixes with the cool breeze, stirring memories of seasons filled with laughter, generosity, and songs sung around evergreen trees. Children chase drifting snowflakes, their delight and shouts rising like sparks into the crisp December air. As I walk, the world seems to pulse with a tender rhythm, gentle, measured, and full of grace. Every moment stretches into something precious, shaped by the glow of carols echoing from distant corners, and by the soft hush that follows each falling flake. The night feels alive with quiet wonder, as though every shadow is hiding a sliver of holiday enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Stay within this glowing winter hush, where frost glimmers like strands of silver thread, woven across every branch and rooftop. Let the snow guide us toward a horizon blooming with warmth, even as the cold deepens around us. Your voice drifts through the stillness like a soothing hymn, steady enough to carry me through the dimness of the night. Each delicate flake landing upon our hands feels like a whispered promise, crafted from the heart of the season, assuring us that even the quietest moments hold extraordinary beauty. And as long as winter returns with its gentle radiance, I'll search for your warmth among the drifting.
Dear co-conspirator, I write to you from the adult world, where every agreement is bound by complex contracts and cynical clauses. But my mind always returns to the pure, simple pacts we sealed on the cracked pavement. Our bond bond is the chalk line, the gentle sustained marker of our first pure territory. A simple indelible outline that still gently defines my standards for loyalty. I remember the absolute clarity of our rules, written quickly and erased only by the passage of summer rain. Not by betrayal, you are the deep, quiet source of simplicity. The singular reason my heart still believes in the profound, simple power of a promise made without documentation. I write this to acknowledge that the deepest trust I have found comes not from signed papers, but from the gentle, persistent memory of the soft boundary we once drew. The music is nostalgic and playful, featuring light percussion and a simple, repetitive piano motif. Though the lines drawn long ago have faded from the pavement, the emotional border remains perfectly defined within my heart. The quiet deep marker of the chalk line that holds my complicated adult spirit in a gentle, perfect state of simplicity against the world's quiet inclination toward overcomplication and unnecessary caveats. You softly define the gentle, pure ethics of our earliest loyalty, where every nervous, anxious doubt finds a gentle, perfectly sustained trust in the profound stillness of that remembered oath. The layered harmonies swell gently here, a soft, high-reaching melody, confirming with absolute certainty that my purpose is now completely tied to this shared peaceful clarity. I am guided not by legal clauses, but because you're gentle. Constant memory is the soft, necessary honesty that grounds me. The simple promise of that boundary is the purest ethical code line. I no longer seek loud, dramatic declarations of loyalty. I simply cherish the gentle, quiet way your memory sustains the core honesty we instill. This quiet holding on to our shared line is a profound, sacred comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest friendships are not built to withstand everything, but simply to remind us of the simple, original purity of the bond. It is a peaceful surrender to the beautiful fact that my entire being is calmly and gently defined by the sheer simple purity of your unwavering, sustained loyalty in my memory. I walk down the street now and I understand that my future is simply the sustained, peaceful echo of our gentle, patient bond. A perfectly consistent, soft marker that defines my entire existence. The sweet residue of that pure, simple loyalty still clings to my spirit, defining my capacity for genuine connection. The magnificent, unassailable loyalty of the spirit softly radiates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring childhood trust and the tender, self-defined marker found in cherishing the chalk line. Section fades in a final gentle pulse, outstoring the irreversible victory of trust over complexity and the tender simplicity of defined purpose. This gentle, self-ruled marker is the quiet, undeniable proof of my ultimate, profound connection. A lasting, peaceful mark of the sweet security required to define the terms of my own quiet. My nederhandigheid, a soft, high reach. Dear fragments, I write to you from the cold, sharp edges of what remains. The countless tiny painful pieces that once formed Our separation is the shatter, the gentle, sustained rupture that occurred when my careless actions met the delicate nature of our love, resulting in a sudden irreversible breakdown. I remember the precise, agonizing sound of the initial break, the noise that silenced all music and left only a ringing silence. You are the deep, quiet evidence of irreparable damage, the singular reason my heart still aches with the heavy weight of the destructive force I wielded. I write this to acknowledge that the deepest pain I have found is not in the healing, but in the gentle, persistent knowledge that the soft reconstruction can never restore the original seamlessness. The music is brittle and tense, featuring high staccato strings followed by an echoing crash sound. The memory of that single catastrophic moment returns as a flash of sharp, blinding light, detailing the destruction I caused. The quiet, deep rupture of the shatter that holds my desperate spirit in a gentle, perfect tremor of despair against the world's quiet capacity for simple mending. I softly define the irreversible scale of my error, where every nervous, anxious thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained grief in the profound stillness of this broken landscape. The layered harmonies swell gently here, a soft, high-reaching melody, confirming with absolute certainty that my purpose is now completely tied to this shared painful damage. I am fragmented, not because the relationship was weak, but because my gentle, constant force was the soft, necessary energy that caused the painful, perfect explosion of our unity. I search ceaselessly for the one flawless piece that could have saved the whole. If I could assemble all the fragments of the past, they would only form a beautiful, painful mosaic, confirming the complexity of the original whole, but proving the impossibility of restoration. I no longer try to deny the magnitude of the impact. I simply wait for the gentle, quiet way the pain sharpens my awareness of the damage done. This quiet devotion to the broken state is a profound, aching comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest pain is not loud, but is quietly retained through steady persistence of continuous contemplation of the fragments. It is a peaceful surrender to the painful fact that my entire being is calmly and gently defined by the sheer, simple purity of your unwavering, sustained absence in my life. I touch the cold surface of the present and I understand that my future is simply the sustained, peaceful echo of this gentle and forced regret, a perfectly consistent, soft fragmentation that defines my entire existence. My hands are stained with the invisible dust of that final violent break, forever marking me as the catalyst, the magnificent, unassailable fragmentation of the spirit softly radiates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-honesty and the tender, self-defined rupture found in facing the shatter without any reservation or self-pity. The rhythm section fades in a final are a soft, high-reaching comfort.
Embers glow softly in the chill December air, rising from stone hearts that flicker with amber light and scatter fleeting sparks into the darkened sky. The warmth from distant cottages drifts across the frosted hills like a gentle sigh brushing against my face with the faint scent of burning cedar and winter spices. Snow settles along the winding path in delicate folds, each flake shimmering like a tiny piece of frozen stardust suspended in time. Lanterns hang from branches above, swaying with the hush of the breeze and casting trails of light that ripple across the forest floor. My footsteps compress the powder beneath me, forming ripping impressions that echo through the serene silence. The world feels wrapped in a soft hush, the kind that invites reflection and awakens forgotten memories tucked beneath years of quiet longing. Every breath becomes a fragile cloud, dissolving into the stillness as the night deepens into a velvety expanse of winter wonder. Hold this glowing moment beside me, where the fading embers of night merge with the shimmering frost to create a warm, luminous harmony. Let the gentle toll of distant bells drift across the sleeping landscape, weaving fragile threads of melody through the chill air. Your nearness feels like a comforting fire, rising within my chest, casting radiance bright enough to soften even the coldest stretch of December twilight. If the universe could linger in the single beat of time, I would remain enveloped in the glow, savoring every spark that flickers between our intertwined shadows. Snowflakes descend in swirling arcs, enveloping the world in a curtain of crystalline lace. Each heartbeat echoes like a silent carol, rising from the depths of winter, shaping a sanctuary of hope around our joint footsteps. In this tender stillness, joy curls like smoke, rising from a glowing hearth, warm and steady against the hush of the night. Along the gently sloping hills, festive lanterns line the road, their ruby and gold lights trembling against the steady pull of the wind. Families gather around bustling market stalls where vendors hand out steaming cups of spice cider, the aroma blending with the earthy scent of pine wreaths and freshly roasted chestnuts. Children dart between clusters of adults, laughter ringing like tiny bells as they toss handfuls of sparkling snow into the air. A choir begins to sing near the town square, their layered voices melting into the hum of conversation and the rustling of woolen coats. The melodies rise gracefully, drifting across rooftops dusted with frost and swirling into the star-filled sky. Everything feels touched by enchantment, the glow of lanterns, a resonance of music, the soft flutter of snowflakes resting on my sleeves. In this gentle harmony, the night becomes a canvas painted with warmth, tenderness, and the timeless spirit of winter. Stay within this comforting brilliance, where glowing coals and falling snow blend into a tapestry of shimmering beauty stretching across the horizon. Let the rhythm of the winter wind guide our steps toward a dawn infused with scents and renewed hope. Your voice carries through the chill like a steady flame, illuminating each breath with quiet affection. Every snowflake that lands upon our hands ends feels like a small promise, whispered by the season itself, an assurance that warmth persists even beneath layers of frost. And as long as December returns with its glowing hearts and delicate wonders, I will gliding along the peaceful winter river. I watch slender sheets of ice drift beneath the arching willows that shimmer with frost beneath the pale moonlight. The water moves quietly, its mirrored surface reflecting fragments of distant stars like scattered jewels across a silver tapestry. Each breath escapes my lips in delicate spirals, fading softly into the crisp unbroken calm. Snow gathers gently on the riverbank, cushioning every sound until the world feels suspended in a dreamlike trance. Lanterns hanging from narrow bridges cast wavering halos across the current, illuminating ripples that glow like living threads of light. The scent of cedar and cool stone lingers in the air, weaving through the tranquil silence with graceful intent. In this serene solitude, memories drift toward me, warm laughter, gentle embraces, the quiet certainty of winter nights long cherished. Every step along the frozen edge deepens the magic, inviting my heart to surrender to the stillness that holds this moment so tenderly. Stay here with me, beside the shimmering river where moonbeams glide across the surface like soft strokes of silver paint. Let the faint echo of distant carols sweep through the chill breeze, creating a shimmer above the gentle murmur of flowing water. Your presence becomes a radiant anchor, grounding me against the vast expanse of winter's gentle hush. If this night could stretch into eternity, I'd linger within its crystalline glow, where our footsteps leave ephemeral patterns and our laughter rises like tiny embers carried upward by the wind. Every snowflake that drifts past our faces feels like a quiet blessing, shaped by the season's tender spirit. And beneath the luminous sky, joy unfurls like a blossoming star, brightening the night with a warmth untouched by cold. Further along the winding river path, clusters of cottages appear, their windows illuminated with golden light that spills across the snow in soft glowing patches. Families gather inside, their silhouettes moving gently behind frosted glass as music and hushed conversation drift into the night. The aroma of baked pastries mingles with the crisp scent of pine, carried by a breeze that rustles through reeds hung proudly on wooden doors. In the nearby square, musicians tune their instruments beneath twinkling garlands, preparing melodies meant to echo across the frozen river like vibrant threads of color. Children run across the open plaza, their middens brushing the snow as they spin beneath glittering lanterns suspended overhead. The entire scene feels painted with tenderness, every sound softened, every light glowing with an almost celestial warmth. As I walk through this tapestry of celebration, my spirit feels lifted, as though the night itself is guiding me towards something quite ordinary. Remain with me in this tranquil winter paradise, where the river glows beneath constellations that pulse like embers in the far-off heavens. Let the rimming sweep of falling snow lead us toward a horizon carved with hope and framed by shimmering light. Your voice drifts through the calm like a soothing melody, steady enough to navigate the vast stillness enveloping the world. Each icy flake that rests upon our open palms seems to hold a tiny vow, a whisper reminder that warmth endures even within the season's deepest chill. And as long as these peaceful winter nights return with their hushed beauty, I will search for your in the glow of ruby and gold ornaments. The room shimmers with a gentle brilliance that gathers across every surface like spilled treasure. Soft garlands of evergreen frame the windows, their tips dusted with faint frost that sparkles whenever a breeze brushes against the panes. The air is filled with warm scents of sugared citrus, roasted apple and cinnamon drifting from the kitchen, where holiday memories linger like familiar echoes. Flickering candles cast waves of amber light over wooden floors, sending shadows swaying like dancers guided by an unseen conductor. Each moment feels suspended, wrapped in a nostalgic tenderness that reaches into the corners of my heart, where forgotten stories rest outside. Snow drifts silently beneath the velvet sky, and the distant hum of laughter rises from neighboring homes. The world feels sheltered, softened, and newly born, alive with the kind of magic that only winter nights can summon. Stay beside me where the ornaments shimmer like small galaxies, suspended between branches, illuminating the quiet air with bursts of radiant color. Let the soft carols drifting through the walls embrace us with their mellow harmonies, weaving threads of comfort through the stillness. Your presence warms the room like a hearth, brightening every shadow until even the darkest corners feel touched by gentle firelight. If this night could last forever, I'd hold on to each breath, each soft glance, each fleeting spark of joy that rises from the glowing tree before us. Snow outside falls in steady cascades, reflecting the golden hues of the lights within, creating a world painted with serenity. And through this enchanting hush, hope grows like a tender blaze, offering solace in the deepest reaches of the winter heart. Beyond the decorated archway, festive melodies float through the cozy hall, where families gather to share stories and exchange the warmth of long-awaited reunions. Strings of crystal ornaments dangle from the beams overhead, scattering ribbons of light that shimmer as people pass beneath them. Children race along the carpeted floors, their laughter soaring like tiny bells, echoing through the lively space in the dining room. Trays of pastries dusted with powdered sugar sit beside pitchers of spice punch, filling the air with aromas that wrap the senses in gentle sweetness. From the porch, one can hear the muffled chorus of carolers braving the cold, their voices harmonizing with the distant whistle of the winter wind. Every moment feels saturated with joy, tenderness, and a sense of belonging, woven together by the quiet magic that only gatherings like this can create. And as I move through the glowing rooms, I'm filled with the gratitude that blooms as softly as the lights upon a tree. Remain with me in this radiant chamber, where ruby and gold reflections dance across our faces like strokes of a celestial painter. Let the gentle snowfall outside guide our thoughts toward the promise of peaceful mornings yet to come, each one holding the possibility of renewed hope. Your voice soft but steady threads through the warmth like a cherished melody that lingers even after the last note fades. Every snowflake resting against the window glitters like a tiny vow, reminding us that beauty thrives even in the stillness of winter's silence. And as long as nights like this return with their glowing ornaments and tender choruses, I will seek your presence within their luminous warmth, knowing that together we shape a haven brighter than any star. We hark to the quiet, almost sublime symphony of the falling snow outside the window, a sound that carries ancient wisdom. The threads of our lives are deeply woven together, creating a beautiful and complex tapestry of shared existence. We gladly adhere to the traditions that bring such felicity to our home. We make a solemn vow to honor the spirit of the season, letting our hope
a quiet, beautiful nuance, a subtlety often missed in the clamor of daily life. The simple flame of a candle is enough to kindle a spark of hope in the darkest corner. We inherit the grace of the season, a divine gift of peace and love. We exalt the simple verity that kindness is the highest good. We watch the darkest hours of the winter wane, knowing the light will return. The message is not shouted, but carried on a soft, gentle whisper. This moment is the embodiment of sovereign peace, a divine calm. Let your spirit kindle with the sovereign joy of the night. We exalt the divine embodiment of love, the simplest verity. We inherit the peace that makes the darkness. We listen to the quiet whisper and find the beautiful nuance. We inherit the sovereign right to hope, a divine gift. We exalt the simple yet profound verity of Christmas. We let the gentle whisper of peace kindle our hearts, this embodiment of love brings a subtle nuance to our lives, making the darkness wane. Let your spirit kindle with the sovereign joy of the night. We exalt the divine embodiment of love, the simplest verity. We inherit the peace that makes the darkness. We listen to the quiet whisper and find. We look out at the vast night sky, filled with the quiet grandeur of the stars, realizing the love we share is truly boundless. We embrace the peace that seems to pervade the air, an aura of felicity that is deeply woven into this season. We feel the spirit gently intercede on behalf of our weary minds. We choose to sanctify this time with kindness and deep gratitude. The simple act of gathering creates a boundless grandeur in our small home. We embrace the boundless grandeur of the night, letting the peaceful aura pervade every soul. We sanctify this vast moment with felicity. We feel the grace intercede, a love that is deeply woven into our hearts. The quiet aura of the room is woven with the threads of shared memory. We feel the boundless grandeur in the simplicity of the truth. We embrace the vast promise of hope, a source of felicity. We sanctify the moment as the peace begins to pervade. We feel the quiet spirit intercede for us all. We embrace the boundless grandeur of the night, letting the peaceful aura pervade every soul. We sanctify this vast moment with felicity. We feel the grace intercede, a love that is deeply. We stand at the annual meridian, the pinite turning year where the darkness is deepest and the promise of light is strongest. The snow falls in silence, creating an exquisite, pristine blanket over the world, a beautiful canvas for our quiet devotion. This moment requires deep reverence, a diligent approach to the simplicity of the truth. We ponder the eternal significance of a single tiny light that pierces the vast darkness. This is the miles ahead, fueled by the memory of this warmth. We look up at the celestial grandeur, feeling the gentle spirit of the night, intercede on behalf of the world's sorrows. The soft glow of the candles is a radiance we choose to nurture, ensuring that the light of hope will endure long past the holiday. Our hearts are replete with the innate human desire for peace. At the winter meridian's bow, we find the pin you resolve, replete with celestial radiance. We make a sacred vow to persevere, letting our devotion intercede for the world's needs. We nurture the exquisite and pristine light, ensuring that this grandeur will endure. This meridian is our turning point, our innate commitment to the eternal hope. We nurture the fragile light of hope, recognizing to endure the deepest cold. We feel the innate devotion that binds our family, a radiance more powerful than any star. Standing at the meridian, we make a vow to persevere and intercede for those who cannot find their way. The night's quiet grandeur feels replete with celestial power. The exquisite sight of the pristine snow reminds us of the beautiful simplicity of the truth. We ponder the eternal promise made long ago. At the winter meridian's bow, we find the pinnacle of earth, replete with celestial radiance. We make a sacred vow to persevere, letting our devotion intercede for the world's needs. We nurture the exquisite and pristine light, ensuring that this grandeur will endure. This meridian is ours. This moment feels like the spiritual apotheosis of the year, the highest pinnacle of grace. We will reach the south lake to light upon every surface, revealing the exquisite grandeur of the simple. We look back at the vivid chronicle of the past, realizing the complexity was only transiting. We resolve to exalt the quiet miracles, letting our spirits transcend the worries of the earth. We embrace the beautiful solitude that settles upon us, allowing the peace to sanctify the space. The unbroken vow of hope is the core verity cling to. We ponder the meaning of the light, the divine embodiment of love. Reach for the apotheosis of grace, the pinnacle of peace. We embrace the quiet solitude, letting the light alight and train exalt the unbroken vow, the divine embodiment of love. We resolve to hold this grandeur close, recognizing the transitory nature of sorrow, the verity of We embrace the quiet solitude, letting the exquisite grandeur of the moment sanctify our souls. We resolve to exalt the simple kindness, the divine embodiment of Christmas. Yeah. Reach for the apotheosis of grace, the pinnacle of peace. We embrace the quiet solitude, letting the light alight and transcend the unbroken vow, the divine embodiment
soft aura of the holiday lights casts a warm luminous arc in the time for us to gather the harvest of the year's blessings. We rejoice not in what we have accumulated, but in the abundant love that is freely shared. This deep warm felicity is the true legacy we inherit. We look back at the vivid chronicle of the past, realizing that the challenges we traverse only made this joy more meaningful. The scent of pine and spice begins to pervade every room, a comforting lullaby to our senses. We must be diligent in nurturing the sense of peace, ensuring that it remains unbroken. We willingly forego the stress of the outside world, finding shelter in this simple, boundless sanctuary. The realization that love is the perpetual verity of our lives makes us stand in quiet awe. This luminous harvest, an abundant legacy we inherit, filling our area with perpetual felicity. We nurture the love that makes us rejoice, letting the luminous aura pervade every soul. We forego the need for more, finding the verity in this boundless harvest. Shared kinship is the most luminous light in there. Rejoice in the abundant grace that fills our hearts. Recognizing this as the true harvest, we nurture the simple moments, letting the sense of felicity pervade our spirits. We look out at the vivid night, standing in quiet awe of the boundless legacy we inherit. Shelter in the knowledge that this love is perpetual. This luminous harvest, an abundant legacy we inherit, filling our sight, perpetual felicity. We nurture the love that makes us rejoice, letting the luminous aura pervade. From the deepest bedrock of my spirit, I sense the quiet, consistent surge of renewal, defying the surface drought and the cynicism of passing years. This constant, unearned influx of vitality is the wellspring, the gentle, sustained source of relentless optimism, a hidden hydraulic system of faith that perpetually replenishes my capacity for joy and for emotion. I recognize the precise, comforting reality that even after the most devastating emotional withdrawals, this hidden reservoir of clean potential remains untouchable, offering its cool, continuous promise of new growth. I commit my present focus to the slow, patient acknowledgement of this internal grace, understanding that life is defined not by temporary depletion, but by this endless inherent flow. The cool, clear current of persistent conviction rises silently from within, assuring me that exhaustion is never the final state of being. The profound, life-giving source of the wellspring sustains my ambition, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in necessary and continuous renewal against the world's quiet demand.
resignation and despair. The subterranean power establishes the powerful organic terms of my endurance, where every anxious arid moment finds a gentle, perfectly sustained faith in the profound depth of nature's quiet, inherent possibility. I drink deeply from the absolute certainty that the greatest reserves of strength are found in this internal, eternal flood. When the external landscape appears to be fractured and dry, I recall the precise location of this deep internal pressure, knowing that true abundance is never dependent on visible circumstances. If disappointment attempts to solidify around my heart, the quiet, persistent movement of this rising water simply dissolves the harsh structure, transforming scarcity in a soft, malleable potential. This continuous, profound purification is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest wealth is the capacity to regenerate hope. Regardless of the apparent cost, I feel the internal flow now, understanding that my future is simply the sustained echo of this gentle, persistent, self-creating momentum toward the light. My spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the knowledge that this pure origin cannot be drained or permanently sullied by external hazard. The magnificent, unassailable faith of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring, self-generated possibility, and the tender, self-defined source found in cherishing the wellspring as the final, immutable law of my being. The ultimate victory is found in the quiet, absolute resilience that allows continuous healing without external intervention. I see the quiet, complex pattern of our long shared history, realizing that our individual threads have been passed over and under each other so many times that they are now inseparable and immensely strengthened. This interwoven durability is the weave, the gentle, sustained interlocking of mutual support, a flexible yet unyielding structure that gains its resilience precisely from the complexity of its design. I remember the moments of tension and strain, recognizing that those difficulties were not damage, but simply the necessary force that pulled the fibers closer, creating a density that resists all external tear. I commit my present focus to the integrity of this pattern, understanding that my ability to endure is amplified by the strength
I share with you. The complex, enduring patterns of our shared lives hold us fast against the sharp, sudden forces that would easily sever a single thread. The deep, gentle interlocking of the weave sustains my commitment, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable. Necessary durability against the world's quiet demand for transient, easily broken connections. This powerful, flexible density establishes the protective terms of our bond, where every anxious external strain finds a gentle, perfectly sustained support in the profound depth of our complex mutual configuration. I honor the profound, quiet safety that is created only by the sheer cumulative density of our shared time and my spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the flexible, beautiful certainty that the strength of the tapestry is greater than the strength of any single fiber. The magnificent, unassailable density of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring mutual commitment and the tender self-defined interlocking found in cherishing the weave as the final necessary proof of shared purpose. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute support that allows for individual motion while guaranteeing collective integrity. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant, quiet maintenance of the powerful, beautiful I sit now with a cold, unyielding record of my mistakes, attempting to meticulously calculate the profound, honest deficit created by my actions and negligence towards you. This precise moral accounting is the ledger, the gentle, sustained record of necessary atonement, a heavy, detailed register that refuses to allow me to dismiss the gravity of the spiritual debt I incurred. I remembered the exact careless moments of expenditure, realizing that the restoration of dignity requires not mere words, but the sustained, painful balancing of the entire intricate score. I commit my present focus to the absolute integrity of this process, understanding that forgiveness cannot be asked for, it must be demonstrably earned, one difficult entry at a time. The cold, precise inventory of my errors stands as the undeniable proof of the immense moral distance I must now painfully traverse to find equilibrium. The deep, chilling record of the ledger compels my spirit, locking me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the necessity of sustained atonement against the world's quiet demand for superficial apology and instant absolution. This heavy, detailed account establishes the non-negotiable terms of my repair, where every anxious self-pitying impulse finds a gentle, perfectly sustained deficit in the profound stillness of the wide, honest abyss. I acknowledge the absolute, terrifying necessity of facing the totality of the debt I selfishly accrue. When the pain of this exhaustive accounting tempts me towards self-deception or erasure, I recognize that the true healing for both of us lies in the rigorous, sustained honesty of the entries. If the measure of true repair is not the speed of the apology, but the quiet, continuous effort to create compensating value, then this meticulous process is the only possible path toward spiritual solvency. This continuous, painful dedication to the truth is a sacred, self-regulating act of slow, gentle realization that the forgiveness I seek must first be granted by the precision of my own committed actions. I accept the heavy, constant weight of the book now, recognizing its quiet, necessary guidance. My soul finds its quiet, ultimate freedom in the act of meticulously creating positive value that slowly, painfully offsets the past expenditure. The magnificent, unassailable atonement of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-correction and the tender, self-defined record found in facing the ledger with profound, absolute transparency. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute balance that can only be achieved through sustained, demonstrable effort over time. I dedicate my entire being to the humble, difficult. Continuous state of absolute intellectual suspension, realizing that my existence is defined less by its answers and more by the single, relentless, unanswerable question that drives all my inquiry. This enduring, profound drive is the query, the gentle, sustained question of ultimate purpose, an expansive, self-referential paradox that prevents stagnation and forces continuous, unsettling expiration. I remember the precise moment I accepted that the seeking itself was the only achievable destination, realizing that the value was not in the final conclusion, but in the integrity of the relentless, patient interrogation. I commit my focus to the absolute necessity of this tension, honoring the gentle, demanding clarity of the perpetual unknowing. The singular immense demand of this perpetual internal challenge compels me to forever traverse the vast, unsettling landscape of existence. The deep, chilling question of the curry sustains my spirit, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the necessity of constant ethical expiration against the world's quiet demand for facile, comforting certainties and easy resolution. is the powerful, necessary terms of my growth, where every anxious, temporary conviction finds a gentle, perfectly sustained doubt in the profound stillness of the wide, ultimate mystery. I dedicate myself to the profound, difficult, and eternal integrity of asking what can never truly be answered. When the sheer scale of the unknowable universe threatens to overwhelm my brief capacity for thought, I return to the fundamental, elegant simplicity of the single, defining ambiguity that first set me on this path. If the measure of a human life is the quality of its defining preoccupation, then this commitment to the essential query is the highest form of intellectual and spiritual honesty. This continuous, internal investigation is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest purpose is found not in final belief, but in the graceful acceptance of perpetual, necessary uncertainty. I feel the gentle, constant pressure of the search now, recognizing its quiet, immutable strength. My soul finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the profound, beautiful acceptance that the final, most essential answers will always remain beyond reach. The magnificent, unassailable doubt of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring intellectual honesty, and the tender, self-defined question found in cherishing the query as the final, necessary proof of a life full engaged. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute unknowing that prevents all forms of intellectual arrogance or stagnation. I dedicate my entire being to the constant, quiet and beautiful maintenance of the single. The silent, waiting mass of potential rests in my hands, heavy with the promise of countless forms, yet entirely undefinable until the precise moment of commitment and pressure. This moment of pure waiting 𝒑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 is the unfired clay, the gentle, sustained potential of absolute creation, an amorphous, essential material that holds all shapes but is constrained by none. I recognize the terrifying cold truth. Every application of effort, every conscious choice of form simultaneously destroys all other possible beautiful configurations, forcing the artist to accept the inherent tragedy of definition. I commit my focus to the absolute integrity of the material, understanding that the value of the final shape is entirely dependent on the purity of the unshaped original potential. The entire limitless spectrum of all possible future creation rests quietly within the dense, silent humility of the weighted material. The deep, gentle potential of the unfired clay sustains my creative spirit, rooted
rooting me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary expression against the world's quiet demand for finished, immediate product. This powerful, flexible silence establishes the non-negotiable terms of the artistic process, where every anxious, self-doubting thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained, amorphous possibility in the profound density of the initial, essential mass. I honor the profound, quiet reality that the greatest art is the decision to commit and destroy all other possibilities. If the material itself could speak, its quiet plea would be for the courage of transformation, a demand that I apply the necessary pressure to bring forth its singular, essential form before it dries and the chance for metamorphosis is gone. The act of firing the clay, of passing it through the inevitable violent heat, is the necessary final step that converts the fragile, beautiful possibility into an enduring, defined, and ultimately valuable reality. This continuous internal dedication to the process is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest beauty is found not in the initial passive state, but in the painful final commitment to a singular, defined aesthetic. I feel the heavy, contained energy now, recognizing its absolute readiness for change. My spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the knowledge that true purpose is found in the willingness to abandon limitless possibility for singular, defined beauty. The magnificent, unassailable commitment of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring artistic discipline and the tender, self-defined potential found in cherishing the unfired clay as the final necessary proof of creative courage. The ultimate utility is found in the quiet, absolute metamorphosis that converts soft idea into hard, beautiful reality. I dedicate my entire being to the I stand at the edge of the immense cold surface, knowing that the fear of the unknown is only the fragile, thin membrane that separates me from the quiet, profound, overwhelming stillness below. This necessary journey into the silent, complex darknesses, the deep dive, the gentle, sustained submergence into absolute uncertainty, a deliberate, precise movement that leaves the loud, distracting chaos of the surface world completely behind. I remember the terrifying, soundless dread of the initial descent, realizing that the fear was not of the depth itself, but of the loss of familiar guiding light. I commit my will to the absolute integrity of the process, understanding that the only path to the most profound, quiet truth is through this cold, immense pressure. Against my boundaries, enforcing a radical, necessary clarity of focus of the deep dive sustains my commitment, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary stillness against the world's quiet demand for facile, chaotic surface living in easy comfort. This powerful sensory deprivation establishes the non-negotiable terms of my internal discovery, where every anxious, self-doubting thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained calm in the profound depth of the absolute silent, contained pressure. I honor the profound, quiet reality that the greatest truths are reserved only for those who accept the terror of the final, defining descent. When the illusion of the easy, illuminated surface life attempts to lure me back to the safety of shallowness, I focus intently on the immense, quiet magnitude of the reality I have left behind. Now knowing the simple difference between noise and profound substance, the courage is not the ability to ignore the fear, but the discipline, absolute decision to continue the descent, even when the pressure attempts to crush the fragile frame of self-assurance. This continuous internal dedication to the process is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest perspective is found not in the illuminated area, but in the absolute, patient acceptance of the cold, total dark. I feel the quiet, unifying stillness of the deep now, recognizing its immense, purifying strength. My spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the knowledge that only the immense weight of the unknown can crush the vanity of the superficial self. The magnificent, unassailable pressure of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring self-confrontation and the tender self-defined submergence found in cherishing the deep dive as the final, necessary proof of internal rigor. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute truth that is revealed only when the light of external guidance is completely extinguished. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant, quiet acceptance of the immense. I observe the quiet, unmoving tension of the central pivot, which through its absolute neutrality dictates the structural necessity of equivalence between two opposing forces. This ideal silent arbitration is the perfect sky, the gentle sustained equivalence of measure, a precise, predictable mechanism that demands that all actions, expenditures, and values be held to a single, uncompromising standard of proportional return. I recognize the terrifying cold honesty. The integrity of the mechanism is maintained only by its absolute refusal to favor emotion, history, or personal plea over the simple, unyielding truth of mathematical balance. I commit my will to the absolute integrity of this impartial law, understanding that true justice is not vengeance, but the restoration of perfect, dispassionate symmetry. The quiet, cold certainty of the absolute central pivot dictates that the final total weight of all actions must
must inevitably find their compensating counterweight. The deep, chilling equivalence of the perfect sky sustains my ethical belief, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering conviction in necessary and continuous impartiality against the world's quiet demand for subjective bias and personalized favor. This unmoving absolute mechanism establishes the powerful, non-negotiable terms of moral order, where every anxious emotional plea finds a gentle, perfectly sustained symmetry in the profound stillness of the absolute, final, measured accounting. I dedicate myself to the solemn promise that all value, positive or negative, will ultimately be held to the single, cold, necessary standard. Complexity of human interaction attempts to introduce subjective bias or confusion into the measured equation. I simply retreat to the fundamental absolute simplicity of the central principle. The weight must be equalized for rest to occur. The fairness is not a negotiated compromise, but a physical law. The final necessary rest and state can only be achieved when the total measure on both sides is brought to a perfect, functional zero. This continuous internal dedication to the mathematical truth is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest justice is found not in human judgment, but in the graceful acceptance of absolute dispassionate proportionality. I feel the quiet, unifying stillness of the final reading now, recognizing it's immutable, singular strength. My spirit finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the knowledge that the universe ultimately bends toward the rigorous, necessary law of equivalent measure. The magnificent, unassailable symmetry of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring ethical structure and the tender, self-defined equivalence found in cherishing the perfect skew as the final necessary proof of a moral universe. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet absolute proportionality that demands a full, uncompromised accounting for every single action taken. I dedicate my entire being to the vision. Beneath the hush of falling snow, the evening unfolds like a soft tapestry, woven from shimmering threads of white flakes, drift downward in slow spirals, touching rooftops, iron railings, and sleeping gardens with a delicate glittering calm. Lamps cast warm halos across the frosted streets, and their amber glow reflects gently off icicles hanging from window ledges like crystal charms. The world feels softened, wrapped in a serene quiet that absorbs every distant sound into its gentle folds. As I walk through the powdered air, my breath dances in faint clouds that disappear just as quickly as they form. The soft whisper of winter seems to call out faint echoes of memories, voices, footsteps warm, lingering between the shadows of snowy branches. In this fragile silence, it feels as though the entire night is waiting for something gentle to begin, something shaped from hope and lit by the dim shimmer of Christmas lights in the distance.
becomes a spark that brightens the endless cold. The world seems suspended in a dream, outlined by rooftops, shimmering branches, and the faint hum of distant choirs. And in this peaceful shimmer, hope rises like a star, returning to the sky. After a long journey through darkness, lanterns slightly in the wind, casting slow-moving shadows over snowy cobblestones as carolers gather near the town square. Their layered voices blend with laughter spilling from cozy cafes where windows fog with warmth from glowing fireplaces. The scent of winter spices, cloves, cinnamon, warm vanilla floats through the air, mingling with the crisp chill and creating a fragrance that feels both nostalgic and new. As we wander toward the decorated tree at the heart of the square, our footsteps sink in a gentle rhythm that settles into the quiet magic of the night. Children twirl in the snow, their mittens trailing through the powder as they chase glittering flakes that sparkle beneath strings of golden lights. Every scene feels painted with tenderness, as though the town itself is breathing in soft joy, inviting us to share in the glow that only the season can awaken. Stay beside me beneath this glistening canopy of winter, where the sky gleams with muted stars and the air shimmers with unspoken wishes. Drifting through the cold, let the snowfall guide us toward a place where warmth grows from every shared moment, every whispered word, every memory blooming within the frost. Your voice moves like a quiet melody, carrying a gentle strength that lights the way across this serene December night. Each flake landing on our hands feels like a tiny blessing shaped from the heart of the season, a promise that even in the deepest stillness, love rises like the glow of dawn. And as long as winter breathes its delicate beauty across the world, I will seek your warmth among the falling.
Dearest guidance, I write this from the quiet space where light meets memory, a junction where your influence remains perpetually defined. Even if unseen, your enduring presence is the shadow, the gentle sustained influence that moves quietly behind my every significant choice. A cool, persistent outline on the wall of my consciousness. I remember the precise lessons you imparted, the subtle warnings that I dismissed as a child, but now hold as sacred scripture. You are the deep, quiet source of moral clarity, the singular reason my heart still feels compelled toward goodness and honesty. I write this to acknowledge that the deepest character I have found is not built alone, but through the gentle, persistent memory of the soft shape you cast over my development. The music is understated and warm, featuring a gentle, persistent piano of pollen below a melon up melody. Though you are no longer physically present in the sun, your gentle, lasting form follows me across every landscape I cross. The quiet, deep influence of the shadow that holds my fragile adult spirit in a gentle, perfect state of moral clarity against the world's quiet moral ambiguities and tempting compromises. You softly define the gentle boundaries of right action, where every nervous, anxious decision finds a gentle, perfectly sustained guidance in the profound certainty of your standards. The layered harmonies swell gently here, a soft, high-reaching melody, confirming with absolute certainty that my purpose is now completely tied to the shared peaceful memory. I am directed not by strict rules, but because your gentle, constant influence is the soft, necessary shape that grounds me. The gentle, perfect outline of your being dictates every honorable step I take. If I could capture the exact feeling of your guidance, it would be the silent, cool comfort on a humid day, unseen but absolutely felt. This quiet holding on to your shadow is a profound, sacred comfort. A slow, gentle realization that the truest instruction is not spoken in loud commands, but in the subtle, persistent example of a life well lived. It is a peaceful surrender to the beautiful fact that my entire being is calmly and gently defined by the sheer, simple purity of your unwavering, sustained shape in my memory. I make a hard choice now, and I understand that my future is simply the sustained echo of your gentle, patient influence. A perfectly consistent, soft clarity that defines my entire moral existence. I often pause in moments of deep consequence, seeking the subtle internal confirmation of your permanent, soft form. The magnificent, unassailable shape of the spirit softly radiates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring moral conviction, and the tender self-defined influence found in cherishing the shadow against all self-doubt. The rhythm section fades in a final, gentle pulse, neither storing the irreversible victory of guidance over confusion, and the tender clarity of divine purpose. This gentle, self-ruled influence is the quiet, undeniable proof of my ultimate, profound connection, a lasting, peaceful mark of the sweet security required to define the terms of my own quiet, magnificent future with absolute confidence. My layered harmony. Dear constant, I write to you from a place where my life often feels like a ship tossed by unpredictable waves and demanding currents. I've watched many connections drift away, unable to withstand the natural turbulence of adult life. Our bond, however, sinks deeper with every passing storm. Our friendship is the anchor, the gentle, sustained stability that connects me firmly to the quiet bedrock beneath the raging surface. I remember the profound, unshakable support, but still the fear of facing the vast unknown world. You are the deep, quiet source of steadiness, the singular reason my heart still feels completely connected to the quiet ground of my origin. I write this to acknowledge that the deepest resilience I found comes not from building a better sail, but from the gentle, persistent memory of the soft toll we shared so freely. The music is deliberate and powerful yet calm, featuring deep brass swells and a steady low percussion beat. While the waters above crash and shift dramatically, the uncertainty of our bond remains fixed deep in the unseen sediment. The quiet, deep stability of the anchor that holds my fragile idle spirit in a gentle, perfect steadiness against the world's quiet instability and constant motion. You softly define the core depth of my security, where every nervous, anxious tremor finds a gentle, perfectly sustained hold in the profound stillness of that shared past. The later harmonies swell gently, hear a soft, high-reaching melody, confirming with absolute certainty that my purpose is now completely tied to this shared peaceful steadiness we forged. I am secure, not because the storms are absent, but because your gentle, constant memory is the soft, necessary strength that grounds me. The knowledge of your faithful presence makes the deepest ocean flow feel like home. If I could describe describe the quality of our friendship, it would be the heavy, reliable weight of an object placed for permanence. I no longer seek loud, superficial, temporary distractions. I simply cherish the gentle, quiet way your memory sustains the core strength you instilled. This quiet holding onto your hold is a profound, sacred comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest foundations are not built quickly but are tested and proven by the steady persistence of continuous pressure of passing time. It is a peaceful surrender to the beautiful fact that my entire being is calmly and gently defined by the sheer, simple purity of your unwavering, sustained support in my memory. I feel the quiet tug now, and I understand that my future is simply the sustained, peaceful echo of our gentle, patient bond, a perfectly consistent, soft stability that defines my entire existence. No external turbulence, no matter how chaotic or violent, can never shake the deep, subterranean position of our attachment. The magnificent, unassailable hold of the spirit softly radiates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring mutual support and the tender, self-defined stability found in cherishing the anchor against all drift and loss. The rhythm section fades in a final gentle pulse, enduring the irreversible victory of steadiness over current challenge and the tender support of defined purpose. This gentle self-rule stability is the quiet, undeniable proof of my ultimate profound connection, a lasting peaceful mark of the sweet security required to define the terms of my own quiet, magnificent future with absolute confidence. My later harmonies are a soft, high-reaching comfort, a final sweet word. I rest in the
Down the bustling winter avenue, glowing signs flicker through swirling gusts of snow. As the city readies itself for Christmas Eve, street lamps cast golden pools of warmth onto the icy pavement, where hurried footsteps leaving impressions that vanish beneath each passing breeze. A gentle hum of traffic blends with the distant laughter of families carrying wrapped gifts under thick scarves. Window displays shimmer with metallic ribbons and crystal ornaments. A world painted in glints of silver and gold. Even amid the noise, there is a softness, an undertone of anticipation woven into the air. Stand with me beneath these towering lights, where snowflakes drift like feathers through the city glow. Let the murmurs of carols echo between the tall buildings, rising toward the sky like threads of hope. Your presence becomes a quiet harbor in the midst of the wintry chaos. So warm it softens the sharpest edges of the night. If time could slow its relentless pace, I'd hold this moment close, where every breath we share turns into a soft blessing, drifting through the shimmering dust. Vendors gather by the old stone plazas, selling hot cocoa that steams into the frigid air with scents of chocolate, nutmeg, and caramel. Children chase each other beneath lined arches, their laughter sparkling like tiny bells, chiming in playful rhythm across the street. Musicians in wool coats play lively melodies that dance around passers-by, brightening even the coldest corners of the bustling square. Snow dust, every ledge and railing forming intricate lace patterns that gleam under the neon glow. And through it all, a sense of seasonal magic rises, subtle but unmistakable. Stay with me as the evening deepens, allowing the winter breeze to weave soft harmonies through our hearts. Snow gathers on our coats like dreamlike confessions, melting into warmth the moment when we touch. Your voice glides through the city's hum like a calm beacon, guiding me toward a future steeped in gentle light. And as long as Christmas spirals through these crowded streets, I'll seek your warmth among the brilliant lights, where love softens every shadow and the night feels infinite. frosted treetops, a pale shimmer glides across the horizon, illuminating the quiet forest with a soft celestial glow. Snow clings to every branch in delicate formations, weighing them down like lace woven from frozen moonlight. Air holds a piercing clarity, carrying the faint aroma of pine needles crushed beneath the cold. As I walk deeper into the untouched grove, my footsteps compress the powder in rhythmic whispers, blending with the distant murmur of an unseen stream, frozen just enough to sparkle beneath the rising stars. Above me, the night stretches into a vast tapestry of constellations, each one twinkling with the brilliance of forgotten stories and ancient winter dreams. The stillness feels profound, filling my lungs with the sense of calm that drifts through my body like a gentle current in this frozen sanctuary. Time loosens its grip, allowing the world to breathe slowly and guiding my heart toward a quiet peace reserved only for nights like this. Stay close as the winter sky unfurls its radiant veil, where drifting snowflakes tumble like fragments of starlight scattered by invisible hands. Let the echoes of distant bells ripple through the expansive silence, weaving a melody that glows with the promise of warmth hidden beneath the cold. Your presence becomes a steady light, an anchor that steadies me against the white shimmering expanse of December's embrace. If the night could fold around us in an endless loop, I'd welcome its quiet shelter, where breath turns to silver clouds and hearts synchronize with the slow pulse of the season. Every flake that brushes our cheeks feels enchanted, a fleeting miracle shaped by the tender hush of winter. In this suspended moment, joy unfurls like the first spark of dawn, illuminating the vast dark with a gentle brilliance that softens everything it touches. Farther along the snowy ridge, lanterns emerge from behind clusters of evergreens, casting warm hues across the frozen landscape. The glow reveals families gathered around wooden tables, sharing steaming drinks and stories that drift upward like incense in the cold night. Choir singers assemble near a stone archway adorned with holly and velvet ribbons, their harmonies rising with graceful ease and blending into the soft rustle of the wind. Laughter spills from groups of children tumbling through the snow, chasing one another beneath strings of twinkling ornaments suspended between tall ancient trees. The scent of roasted nuts and winter herbs fills the air, mingling with the metallic crispness of frost settling along the ground. Everything feels alive with gentle celebration, as though the entire forest has joined in a quiet chorus to honor the season's delicate charm. And as I move among the lights and melodies, my heart swells with a tender awareness. This night holds a rare kind of magic, one that lingers long after the snow has fallen. Remain here within this glistening winter vision, where frost draws silver patterns across every surface in the evening sky. Shimmer snow, a thousand distant embers, let the falling snow guide our steps toward a horizon shaped from quiet hope and luminous possibility. Your voice drifts through the calm like a soft beacon, cutting through the chilled air with unwavering warmth.
snow feels like a pale watercolor painting, awakening beneath the fading stars. Frosted pines rise in solemn towers, their branches shimmering with icy crystals that shine faintly when the wind turns. A soft trail winds along the ridge, leading past frozen streams that sparkle within sheets of glass like ice. Every breath shapes a drifting cloud that dissolves among the shadows of the trees, as if the forest itself is gently exhaling the peaceful calm of Christmas morning. Your presence warms the cold air, a steady flame glowing within the tranquil stillness. If time could pause within this serene mountaintop glow, I would stay forever in this harmony of light, breath, and quiet wonder. Further along the ridge, wooden cabins emit thin spirals of smoke that curl upward into the pale horizon. Families gather by their frosted windows, sipping warm mugs as they admire the sprawling expanse of untouched snow. Stretching toward the distant peaks, a solitary church bell rings from the valley below, sending gentle vibration across the landscape like ripples through glass footprints of small animals. Weave intricate patterns among the trees, reminding me that life thrives even in this still frozen world. Stay beside me as the mountains glow brighter, revealing their crystalline peaks beneath the rising sun. Let the quiet hum of winter guide our steps, weaving threads of peace through every heartbeat. Snow floats around us like drifting wishes, settling on our sleeves with delicate fleeting grace. And as long as Christmas returns with its luminous calm, I will seek your warmth among these ancient hills, where silence and beauty merge into a sing. Journeying through the crystalline winter dawn, I watch the first ribbons of sunlight fracture across fields blanketed in pure, untouched snow. Each delicate ray scatters into prismatic hues as it meets the frozen ground, turning the landscape into a sprawling canvas of shifting brilliance. The air carries a biting clarity, crisp enough to sting, yet gentle enough to awaken every sense with enverging sharpness. Frost-laced branches sway, subtly releasing faint twinkles of ice that fall like shards of glitter from the heavens. My footsteps carve sinuous paths across the pale surface, accompanied by the faint crunch of powder beneath sturdy boots. The distant horizon glows with rose and gold, blending into a quiet serenity that feels almost sacred. With every breath, the cold curls through my chest, reminding me that winter's chill is merely another form of beauty, one that asks me to slow down and listen to the quiet heartbeat of the season. Walk with me through this luminous morning, where the sky unfurls like soft silk brush with the colors of awakening hope. Let the hush of the early breeze glide along our cheeks, carrying traces of distant holiday hymns that seem to rise from the earth
across our sleeves like delicate jewels. Every step we take resonates like a gentle carol, echoing across the frozen expanse, weaving a tapestry of connection that glows brighter than any sky, still fading in the paling sky.
Hugging the foothills, curling upward in thin spirals that dissolve into the strengthening glow of daybreak. Wooden cabins shine with warmth from within their windows, intricate frost patterns that resemble delicate lace woven overnight by unseen hands. Birds stir along branches, shaking loose tiny clusters of snow that flutter downward in graceful arcs. In the distance, the faint jingle of sleigh bells emerges, accompanied by voices greeting one another with cheerful warmth as they prepare for morning festivities. Market stalls begin to open along the cobblestone paths, displaying pastry still warm from their ovens, and wreaths laden with pine cones, berries and satin-tied holly. The entire landscape hums with anticipation, as though the season itself is inhaling deeply, ready to share another day of its quiet magic. Days like this rise with their crystalline glow and unspoken grace. I will seek your company within their light, knowing that together we illuminate the frost-kissed world with the warmth. We ponder the silent, the deep solidity of the night, where all conflict cease and the world seems to breathe in perfect unison. The enduring spirit of Christmas is an invincible force against darkness. We choose to abide by the simple truth of love, setting aside any old lament. We make a new quiet resolve to live with grace and peace. We keep a sacred vigil, allowing the beautiful aura of the holiday to envelop us. This time requires deep devotion, a full commitment to the essence of giving. Let the invisible aura of love abide in your heart, a sacred vigil of devotion. Our spirits rising, infant to listen, making an enduring resolve. We ponder the solemnity of the night and carry its truth in our hearts. Of the human spirit, an invincible force when joined in unison. The beautiful
into a solitary, tranquil sleep, covered in a blanket of snow. We watch the soft glimmer of the moonlight, a gentle sign of grace. We savor the peace, letting the stillness sanctify the space. We unburden our minds of the year's stress, finding shelter in the warmth of home. Though our spirits may have been laden with worry, this moment of rest restores us. The hopes of the family intertwine, creating a beautiful knot of unity. We savor the tranquil grace that fills our hearts. We unburden our spirits, finding shelter in the solitary peace. Let the soft glimmer sanctify our souls. Though our hands may be laden, our hearts intertwine in joy. We savor the solitary moments of reflection, allowing the tranquil grace to sink in. We unburden ourselves of all that holds us back. Our lives intertwine, making our love a shelter for all. We watch the quiet glimmer of the stars, letting the light sanctify our way. Our hearts, though sometimes laden, are made light by the season. We savor the tranquil grace that fills our hearts. We unburden our spirits, finding shelter in the solitary peace. Let the soft glimmer sanctify our souls. Though our hands may be laden, our hearts intertwine in joy. I look out vast cold firmament, where the stars scintillate with an almost painful brilliance, forming a silent ancient constellation. It's the kind of celestial light that forces an acknowledgement of just how small we are, yet how deeply we feel. Tonight there is a profound solemnity underlying the festive bells, a lament for all the promises the year broke, all the kinship that was tested. We choose to forgo the pretense of perfect happiness, embracing the nuance of a joy that is deeply intertwined with sadness. The cold air carries a whisper of the original story, a quiet verity that has the power to redeem even the weariest heart. I trace the light paths in the sky, imagining each star is a sacred vow made long ago, an unbroken legacy passed down through eons of time. We must be diligent in seeking out this light, for it is the only true answer to the enigma sound bells is an eternal echo of the solemnity that birthed this holiday. We make a vow to be diligent in sharing our light, letting the hope pervade the lives of those still lost in the dark enigma. We forego the small battles, choosing instead to redeem the day through devotion to peace. This is the legacy we inherit, an unbroken chain of grace that stretches across the vast firmament. Look up to the constant promises in the vast firmament, each light an unbroken vow against the dark. We acknowledge the lament, yet we choose to redeem the night with hope and deep devotion. Let the celestial light scintillate and pervade every shadow, fulfilling the profound legacy we inherit. This is our vow to find the verity in the nuance of sorrow and joy, illuminated by the sound.
The cold, silent night seems to intercede on behalf of the weary, offering a moment of quiet before the dawn. The message comes now with thunder, but with a gentle whisper, a divine nuance in the atmosphere. We stand in quiet awe of the miracle, letting our deepest devotion rise in response. The simplest act of gathering becomes a sacred vessel for grace, a time to nurture our shared hope. We look up at the vast firmament, recognizing the sovereign power of love that covers the earth. We make a new vow to emulate the kindness we have been shown, letting our zeal for peace flourish. Listen to the interceding whisper, the divine nuance of grace. We nurture our deepest devotion and vow at the pinnacle of the year. We forgo the clamor, letting our zeal flourish. We cling to the peace that fills the vessel of our hearts, standing in awe of the sovereign love. We nurture the zeal for peace, making a renewed vow to the simple truth. The silent night continues seed, offering divine grace in every quiet whisper. We stand at the spiritual pinnacle, our hearts the vessel for this deep devotion. We forgo all conflict, letting the subtle nuance of the season flourish. We cling to the hope that is the only true sovereign power. Listen to the interceding whisper, the divine nuance of grace. We nurture our deepest devotion, our soul, the pinnacle of the year. We forgo the clamor, letting our zeal flourish. We cling to the peace that fills the vessel of our hearts, standing in awe of the sovereign like a weary pilgrim at the end of a long cold road. We seek shelter in the soft light of the season. We feel the resilience of the human spirit, the innate power to rise above sorrow and find joy. Though the burdens of the year may have left us laden and tired, this night acts as a spiritual garrison, protecting our fragile hope. We unburden our souls in the quiet, tranquil space, recognizing that the love we share is an unbroken legacy.
contributes to our strength. The air is replete with the profound feeling of kinship, a bond that makes us invincible. We traverse the cold, finding shelter in the invincible resilience of the heart. The profound legacy, we in the strength to stand tall. Let your courage be emboldened. We are not laden, but replete with sempiternal hope. We unburden the weary pilgrim within, knowing our innate kinship is unbroken. Knowing our innate kinship is unbroken. Our home is a powerful garrison, built not of stone, but of resilience and kinship. We unburden our hearts, the innate joy be emboldened. We look back at the chronicle of the year, knowing that the struggles that later made us invincible. The profound shelter we find here is a sempiternal legacy. We traverse the night, no longer pilgrims searching, but finders of peace. We traverse the cold, finding shelter in the invincible resilience of the heart. The profound legacy we inherit is naked to stand tall. Let your courage be emboldened. We are not laden, but replete with sempiternal hope. We unburden the weary pilgrim within, knowing our innate kinship is unbroken.
Dear echo of exuberance, I observe the past from the quiet, high vantage point of my current stability. Recognizing that the distance has created a beautiful soft filter over the raw intensity of earlier days, the vibrant memories, the fading haze, the gentle sustained diffusion of a time defined by raw, unfiltered kinetic energy, a cherished history that retains its emotional intensity while gracefully shedding its sharp, painful definition. I write this to commemorate the beautiful sadness of a clarity that cannot be restored, but is now tenderly preserved in its soft, shimmering and ultimately more comforting form, like light. See through warm air. The bright, overwhelming intensity of that forgotten time still pulses in my heart, though the details are mercifully softened by the years. Ooh, the deep, gentle diffusion of the fading haze settles my mature spirit into a gentle, perfect, profound nostalgia against the world's quiet demand for sharp, practical, present focus. The distant, shimmering heat establishes the gentle, unshakable terms of my memory, where every nervous, anxious search for sharp detail finds a gentle, perfectly sustained energy in the profound stillness of that warm, blurred light. I will forever bathe my current life in the soft, beautiful and restorative glow of that distant, youthful sun. Looking at the present moment, I understand that the true value of that youthful period is now found in its distillation. Rather than its literal memory, the haze is an essential kindness, a filter that removes the trauma and preserves only the bright essential essence of that boundless, beautiful, untainted emotional reservoir. I no longer strive to reclaim that raw, impulsive confidence. I simply cherish the gentle, quiet way the past remains a constant source of vital energy, providing a soft, continuous warmth that sustains my enduring spirit. I feel the gentle, persistent glow now, recognizing its ultimate, quiet gift to my present self. My soul finds an immense, beautiful replenishment in the simple, emotional fact of that boundless, beautiful, untainted emotional reservoir. The magnificent, unanswerable exuberance of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring nostalgic love and the tender, self-defined diffusion found in cherishing the fading haze as the ultimate, self-defining memory. The ultimate comfort is found in the quiet, absolute warmth of a past that has been kindly softened by the quiet passage of time. I dedicate my entire being to the gentle. The vibrant, unfiltered colors of the world, once accepted without question or shadow, are now viewed through a persistent, distorting fracture that cannot be removed. This irrevocable shift in perception is the cracked lens, the gentle, sustained fracture of absolute certainty, a profound, precise point of damage that forever altered the simple, beautiful integrity of my initial worldview. I remember the agonizing moment the glass splintered, realizing that purity was not a given state, but a fragile surface susceptible to external force, an inherent flaw. My deepest sorrow is not for the damage itself, but for the peaceful, beautiful simplicity of the vision that can never again be fully restored. The subtle, pervasive lines of permanent damage now run through every observation, forcing a painful, complex reevaluation of all received truth. The deep, chilling fracture of the cracked lens locks my adult spirit into a gentle, perfect, agonizing contemplation against the world's quiet demand for easy belief in simple narratives. The damage establishes the cruel, permanent terms of my new visual reality, where every anxious, nostalgic glance finds a gentle, perfectly sustained distortion in the profound stillness of the wide, honest abyss. I acknowledge the absolute, terrifying necessity of living entirely within the difficult, complex boundaries of this altered side. Reconcile the memory of that flawless, unblemished clarity with the unavoidable unavoidable evidence of this pervasive internal damage that now filters all light and color. The crack is not a temporary defect, but a permanent, essential axis of my current being, a visible reminder that understanding comes at the cost of simplistic joy. This confrontation with the painful necessity of complexity is a sacred, self-defensive act, a slow, gentle realization that the truest sight often requires the presence of an internal flaw to highlight the hidden nature of reality. I see the world's complex, nuanced shadows now, understanding their painful, necessary truth. My soul finally accepts the painful, cold knowledge that returning to the former state of unexamined sight is now an absolute, permanent impossibility. The magnificent, unassailable, altered vision of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring painful truth, and the tender, self-defined fracture found in facing the cracked lens without any hope of seamless mending. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute, complex reality that is now impossible to ignore or filter. I dedicate my entire future to meticulously mapping the gaze upon the vast, quiet expanse of this still, deep surface, knowing that its placid surface hides an immense, meticulously guarded volume of emotion. This carefully contained potential is the reservoir, the gentle, sustained storage of enduring, profound passion, a deep man-made stillness built to hold a powerful, necessary affection until the precise moment its release is required. I remember the quiet, difficult years of construction, the steady effort required to build the immense, unshakable dam of patience and self-control, ensuring the power remained pure and uncontaminated. I commit my present focus to the absolute integrity of this containment, trusting that the stored forest will one day be required for the irrigation of a shared future. This vast, quiet, expansive surface calm is merely the protective skin over an immense, perfectly preserved depth of feeling, the deep, gentle storage of the reservoir sustains my enduring spirit, holding me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the eventual necessary release against the world's quiet demand for immediate, volatile consumption. The deep, heavy stillness establishes the powerful, patient terms of my waiting, where every anxious, volatile impulse finds a gentle, perfectly sustained containment in the profound depth of my commitment's unyielding structure. I dedicate myself to the solemn promise that this immense power will remain pure and ready for its singular, defining purpose. If the test of true passion is not how loudly it burns, but how deeply and quietly it can be held against the passage of dry years. Then this sustained waiting is the ultimate proof of my devotion's density. This immense self-imposed stillness allows the sediment of doubt and volatility to settle, purifying the stored affection into a clean, essential energy that is both sustainable and profound. This continuous, intentional containment is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest force is often the one that is most patiently amassed rather than impulsively expended. I feel the heavy, contained weight now, recognizing its absolute readiness. Strength in the vast, deep capacity of this consciously chosen, sustained emotional hold in the magnificent, unassailable patience of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring discipline and the tender, self-defined storage found in cherishing the reservoir as the final necessary shape of my commitment. The ultimate utility is found in the quiet, absolute potential that remains entirely on top for the future. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant, quiet maintenance of this immense, deep and perfectly I live now in the quiet, exhilarating knowledge that the true language of my heart is not spoken aloud, but meticulously encrypted into a private, unbreakable code that only you and I, through gesture and subtle glance, truly comprehend. This hidden, beautiful communication is the cipher, the gentle, sustained encryption of absolute devotion, a complex, elegant system of concealed meaning that protects the intensity of our bond from the shallow scrutiny of the external world. I remember the precise moment our eyes first confirmed the existence of this shared private language, realizing that the greatest intimacy is sometimes found in the power to conceal everything from everyone else. I commit my present focus to the absolute integrity of this secrecy, honoring the silent, sacred way of our concealed word. The complex, subtle truth of our shared feeling is meticulously hidden beneath layers of perfectly executed, meaningless public communication. The deep, chilling encryption of the cipher sustains my devotion, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary secrecy against the world's quiet demand for public definition and easy consumption. This private language establishes the powerful, necessary terms of our bond, where every public exchange finds a gentle, perfectly sustained meaning in the profound depth of our quiet, concealed
I pledge my entire future to the absolute, joyful and eternal protection of the secret language we mutually created. When the external pressure of others' expectations attempts to force our interaction into simple, legible terms, I find solace in the silent, immediate complexity of our mutual understanding, knowing they are entirely excluded from the true message. If the value of intimacy is measured by the exclusivity of its access, then our coded bond is the richest form of connection, reserved only for those who possess the unique key. This continuous internal communication is a sacred, self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest feelings are sometimes the ones that flourish best outside the harsh, defining light of public approval. I feel the cool, absolute security of our coded world now, recognizing its profound shared power. My soul finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the knowledge that the true text of our hearts remains perfectly safe from external interpretation or dilution. The magnificent, unassailable meaning of the Spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring private passion and the tender self-defined encryption found in cherishing the cipher as the final necessary proof of our unique connection. The ultimate comfort is found in the quiet, absolute exclusivity that reserves the full truth for only two souls. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant, quiet.
In the deep, silent archives of my memory lies a meticulously crafted message, complete with clear intent and perfect phrasing, yet eternally sealed and unread. This persistent, haunting possibility is the unsent letter, the gentle, sustained possibility of irreversible miscommunication, a profound, precise artifact of emotional history that can now only exist in the painful, unfulfilled tense. I recognize the terrifying cold irony. The care I took in composition was inversely proportional to the courage I needed for its ultimate conveyance, resulting in this perfect static monument to caution. My deepest sorrow is for the narrative that was never allowed to begin, forever confined within this paper boundary. The immaculate content of the never delivered message stands as a cruel testament to the entire future that was so carefully conceptualized, yet ultimately discarded. The deep, chilling possibility of the unsent letter locks my spirit into a gentle, perfect, agonizing contemplation against the world's quiet demand for present focus and forward momentum. The precise, heavy seal establishes the cruel, definite terms of this irreversible stasis, where every anxious, imagined dialogue finds a gentle, perfectly sustained static in the profound stillness of the wide, honest, unactivated archive. I endure for the absolute, terrifying necessity of living with a history defined entirely by the decision I failed to execute. Looking at the neat final script of the message, I realize that no current communication can never truly replace the precise original urgency and context of that single vanished moment. The paper, though untouched, feels heavy with the sheer weight of the alternative history it contains. A parallel universe of shared experience that will never bleed into my tangible reality. This confrontation with the raw temporal truth is a profound self-defensive act against wishing for a past change, a slow, gentle realization that the truest pain is the death of action. The recognition that a singular moment demanded a courage I simply did not possess. I see the final painful symmetry now, understanding that its ending was written not in a reply, but in my own hesitation. My inner core accepts the agonizing cold knowledge that this choice of silence is a permanent, essential feature of my personal record. The magnificent, unassailable, irreversible fact of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring hard truth and the tender, self-defined possibility found in facing the unsent letter without any hope of finding the courage that slipped away. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute archive that remains a testament to the immense value of the moment that was surrendered. I dedicate my entire future to meticulously remembering the crucial cost of allowing a perfect opportunity to be permanently. I observe the quiet, relentless, unrecoverable migration of countless discrete particles, each one a minuscule measure of potential vanishing from the upper chamber to the lower. This constant, beautiful depletion is the sand glass, the gentle sustain migration of the present moment, a profound, precise mechanism that highlights the agonizing beauty of non-stasis and the absolute finality of every second spent. I recognize the terrifying cold honesty of this flow. No amount of effort or desire can ever reverse the movement of a single grain, forcing an uncompromising acceptance of the permanent cost of existence. My sorrow is not for the time gone, but for the inherent beautiful difficulty of fully appreciating each discrete, vanishing portion as it falls. The quiet, precise surrender of one potential moment to the absolute certainty of the past establishes the profound, unyielding law of all experience. The deep, chilly migration of the sand glass locks my spirit into a gentle, perfect, agonizing contemplation against the world's quiet demand for permanence and stasis. The continuous, steady flow establishes the cruel, definite terms of this universal rule, where every anxious, grasping thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained depletion in the profound stillness of the wide, inescapable gravity. I endure the absolute, terrifying necessity of living with a resource that is always beautifully and irreversibly running out. Now as I study the inverted image, the true lesson is revealed. The lower chamber's accumulation is merely the memory of the life that was heavy with definition and finality, while the upper chamber is the weightless, uncommitted potential that still remains. The only true agency exists in the narrow central passage, the perfect point of present action. This confrontation with the raw temporal truth is a profound self-defensive act against distraction, a slow, gentle realization that the truest value of time is not its quantity, but the absolute focus applied to the single vanishing second of choice. I see the steep opposing walls now, understanding their final, immutable tension between possibility and history. My inner core accepts the agonizing cold knowledge that all existence is defined by this single, beautiful and precise mechanism of irreversible laws. The magnificent, unassailable finality of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring hard truth, and the tender, self-defined migration found in facing the sand glass without any hope of finding the means to stop its flow. The ultimate clarity is found in the quiet, absolute focus that must be reserved for the narrow passage of the absolute present moment. I dedicate my entire future to meticulously honoring the profound weight of every single grain that silently and perfectly separates. I present my essential self, a lifestyle of all protective, heavy layers and self-defense mechanisms, recognizing that the choice to connect requires the constant, beautiful exposure of my most sensitive edge. This necessary quiet offering is the unsheathed blade, the gentle, sustained exposure of absolute fragility, a profound, precise state where all capacity for harm is matched by an equal and opposite capacity to be fundamentally wounded. I remember the terrifying, soundless moment I consciously discarded the heavy, comforting armor, realizing that true, profound intimacy is structurally impossible without this deliberate, painful self-endangerment. I commit my will to the absolute integrity of this open state, understanding that the value of the bond is measured by the sheer magnitude of the risk I consciously maintain. The brilliant, cold sharpness of my completely unprecedented unprotected core confirms that I have forfeited all capacity for self-defense. To honor this singular connection, the deep, chilling exposure of the unsheathed blade sustains my devotion, anchoring me firmly in a gentle, unwavering belief in the achievable, necessary fragility against the world's quiet demand for cynical protection and impervious self-sufficiency. This powerful unmasked state establishes the non-negotiable terms of our intimacy, where every anxious self-doubting thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained honesty in the profound depth of our quiet mutual shared endangerment. I dedicate myself to the solemn promise that my most sensitive self will remain completely open and available for you to witness. When the memory of past wounds attempts to lure me back to the heavy claustrophobic comfort of emotional armor, I focus on the brilliant, honest light reflecting off this unprotected surface, knowing that transparency is the ultimate form of strength. If the measure of profound connection is not the safety it provides, but the magnitude of the risk it demands and sustains, then this vulnerability is the purest definition of trust. This continuous intentional maintenance of the exposed state is a sacred self-regulating comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest form of love requires the painful, continuous refusal to re-erect the walls. I feel the cool, unifying vulnerability now, recognizing its immense, purifying strength. My soul finds its ultimate, unassailable composure in the profound, beautiful acceptance that the greatest power is found in the deliberate, sustained state of being utterly open. The magnificent, unassailable trust of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring emotional courage and the tender, self-defined exposure found in cherishing the unsheathed blade as the final necessary proof of mutual faith. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute, unprotected state that eliminates all barriers to true, honest connection. I dedicate my entire being to the vigilant, quiet maintenance of this. Dear recipient of unspoken truths, I compose this from the absolute stillness of a threshold, recognizing that the weight of silence has finally exceeded the necessary effort of speech. My entire emotional architecture has been quietly reconstructed by the singular magnetic force of your presence, compelling a difficult, necessary move beyond the safety of passive admiration. This step, this act of pure acknowledgement, feels like a deliberate and final abandonment of my protective camouflage, risking the entire landscape of our current stability for the terrifying, beautiful clarity of honest revelation. I choose the immediate, fragile consequence of exposure over the slow, corrosive decay of secrecy. My trembling hands finally release this quiet truth into the air, a single hopeful
wonderful clarity. Forcing the complex, unspoken narrative of my longing into a concise, undeniable statement. The delicate balance of our current relationship is irreversibly tilted by the singular terrifying of communication. Yet I embrace the terrifying freedom of this difficult moment. You are the one essential, unearned grace I desire to purchase. Acknowledgement is my final piece. This single fragile word is the final irreducible piece of my being that I am able to humbly present to your keeping. The magnificent, unassailable risk of revealing my affection celebrates the triumph of intrinsic value over caution, forcing a terrifying yet necessary acknowledgement of the devotion I have carefully cultivated in private. The resolution is not mine to administer. If the calculus of affection could be represented, my commitment would be the moment a wandering star locks into a stable, predetermined orbit by the sheer unyielding force of a core gravitational pull. This transition from private contemplation to public declaration is not born of reckless impulse, but of a quiet, inevitable necessity to align my external actions with the deep defining reality of my internal state. I find a profound, gentle dignity in relinquishing control over the external outcome, realizing that the ultimate value lies solely in the integrity of the offering itself, unburdened by anticipation or fear. Irreducible piece of my being that I am able to humbly present to your keeping. By the edge of the frozen lake, the night unfurls like a sheet of deep blue velvet stitched with faint silver stars. Moonlight glides across the ice, forming shifting mosaics that shimmer beneath. The soft whisper of the wind reeds along the shoreline, rattle gently their frosted tips, catching the glow like tiny lanterns swaying in slow motion. Each step I take echoes through the stillness, creating ripples of sound that dance across the glassy surface. The cold brushes my cheeks with delicate sharpness, reminding me how alive the quiet beauty of Christmas
grass, blending with the occasional creak of frozen branches bending beneath the night's weight of fox paths quietly through the snow, pausing only to glance back before disappearing into the shadow grove. Everything feels soft and wrapped in a delicate serenity that makes the world seem momentarily reborn. Stay here as the moon climbs higher, casting bright silver ribbons across the frozen lake like strokes of celestial paint. Let the cool breeze carry whispers of hope, spreading warmth through our breath as we stand beneath the shimmering sky. Snow settles on our gloves like fleeting blessings, melting into gentle heat as our hands meet. And as long as winter brings nights filled with quiet grace, I will return to this lakeside peace with you.
My dearest center, I write this from the quiet. Perfect pause, your presence creates a moment outside the hurried shallow currents of the day. Before you, my life was characterized by internal chatter and nervous velocity, a constant low-level vibration of anxiety that never fully settled. Now when the external world accelerates, I simply retreat to the center of your calm. You are the stillness, the gentle, sustained placidity at the heart of my existence. The singular, deep peace that allows me to hear my own true pulse. I write this to commemorate the profound luxury of quietude you provide, understanding that the greatest form of strength is found not in motion, but in the unwavering, unperturbed calm you softly embody. The music is minimal and sustained, featuring long resolving synth chords and very slow tempo. When the noise of the world threatens to dislodge my footing, I find my perfect center gravity in your quiet presence. The deep, gentle placidity of the stillness that cushions my sensitive spirit into a perfect, gentle equilibrium against all external demands for frantic action or response. You softly establish the unshakable axis of my inner world, where every fleeting anxious surge finds a gentle, perfectly sustained poise in the profound depth of your unwavering composure. The layered harmonies dissipate slowly here, a soft, high-reaching atmosphere, confirming with complete assurance that my emotional landscape is now completely dominated by the shared gentle calm. My mind is clear, not because all problems are gone, but because your constant, gentle peace is the unmoving core that holds me. This quiet, deep equilibrium is the unnegotiable perimeter of my essential self. If I could articulate the quality of this inner state, it would be the surface of a deep, secluded lake on a windless day, perfectly diploid and perfectly unmoving. This bond we share is a profound, meditative comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest sense of belonging is not found through seeking external validation, but is nurtured by a shared, quiet, profound commitment to inner peace. It is a slow, peaceful, absolute surrender to the beautiful fact that I no longer need to strive for external validation, only to trust the soft, consistent poise you maintain in our shared, constant atmosphere. I close my eyes now and I understand that my future is simply the sustained echo of your gentle composure, a perfect, continuous, soft, placid calm that defines the entire emotional structure of my destiny. The profound absence of chaotic energy in our shared space reveals the flawless intrinsic beauty of our bond's design. The magnificent, unassailable poise of the spirit softly emanates, celebrating the delicate triumph of enduring inner peace and the tender self-defined center found in securing the still passion fades in a final gentle pulse, and scoring the irreversible victory of true karma reformer, neurosis, and the tender placid calm of defined purpose. This gentle self-rule placid calm is the quiet, undeniable proof of my ultimate profound sense of belonging, a lasting peaceful mark of the sweet security required to define the terms of my own quiet, magnificent future with absolute confidence. My layered harmonies are soft. Dear irreversible, I write this from the quiet tyranny of the present moment, where I am constantly aware of the continuous, unyielding progression of the days since I lost you. Our separation is the calendar, the gentle sustained measure of my failed stewardship, a profound relentless tally of the time I squandered before the final brutal deadline arrived. I remember the precise small moments I failed to cherish, each one now a lost state that I can never reclaim or revisit. You are the deep, quiet evidence of lost time, the singular reason my heart still aches with the heavy weight of every hour wasted. I write this to acknowledge that the deepest pain I have found is not in the future, but in the gentle, persistent knowledge that the soft count of days will only morph from you. The music is metronomic and slow, featuring a high ticking sound over mournful viola. Each quiet turning of the pages, a fresh, agonizing measurement of the distance I have placed between your heart and mine. The quiet, deep measure of the calendar that holds my regretful spirit in a gentle, perfect awareness of the time I allowed to slip away through negligence. I softly define the cost of my inaction, where every nervous, anxious thought finds a gentle, perfectly sustained regret in the profound stillness of that irreversible passage. The layered harmonies swell gently, hear a soft, high-reaching melody, confirming with absolute certainty that my purpose is now completely tied to this shared painful loss. I'm haunted not by large events, but because my gentle, constant awareness of time is the soft, necessary trigger that reminds me of the unwavering count since our parting. The total accumulation of these lost days crushes me with quiet precision. If I could whisper a singular truth to the universe, it would be the wish to simply freeze the day, to live eternally within the delicate space before the rupture. I no longer try to move aggressively forward, I simply linger in the gentle, quiet way the memory marks the continuous, quiet, empty flow of time without you. This quiet, holding on to the lost moments is a profound, aching comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest pain is not external or sharp, but is quietly retained through steady, persistent, soft, continuous awareness of the measure of loss. It is a peaceful surrender to the painful fact that my entire being is calmly and gently defined by the sheer, simple purity of your unwavering, sustained absence in my life. I watch the clock now and I understand that my future is simply the sustained, peaceful echo with this gentle enforced regret, a perfectly consistent, soft tally that defines my entire existence. I carry the weight of every lost hour as a silent, profound ledger entry against my soul, a record of my neglect. The magnificent, unassailable tally of the spirit softly radiates, celebrate the delicate triumph of enduring self-honesty, and the tender, self-defined measure found in facing the calendar without any form of denial. The rhythm section fades in a final gentle pulse, underscoring the irreversible victory of regret over forgetfulness, and the tender lost time of defined purpose. This gentle self-ruled measure is the quiet, undeniable proof of my ultimate profound devotion, a lasting, peaceful mark of the sweet pain required to define the terms of my own quiet, magnificent future with absolute clarity. My layered harmonies are a soft, high
Drifting through candlelit corridors of night, I wander long pathways where warm golden halos flicker gently against the deep winter dark. Each small flame trembles like a heartbeat, casting soft silhouettes that ripple across frosted bricks and ornate iron railings. Snow gathers in fragile layers along the edges of rooftops, sparkling like powdered stars. Each time the breeze moves through the quiet streets, the air is filled with the faint aroma of evergreen branches, citrus peel, and hints of burning cedar drifting from distant chimneys. My footsteps glide across the icy pavement, producing a subtle rhythm that harmonizes with the muted hum of the night. Window panes glow with holiday colors, ruby, emerald, amber, spilling a mosaic of shifting shapes onto the untouched snow. Everything feels hushed yet full of anticipation, as though the season itself is holding a gentle secret, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its quiet splendor. Hold this shimmering winter moment beside me, where lanterns glisten like tiny constellations scattered across the frozen earth. Let the soft chime of distant bells sweep through the air, threading delicate melodies. Your presence becomes a sheltering warmth, a steady glow that brightens even the coldest corner of the December night. If the world could pause for us, I would sink into this tender radiance, surrounded by the gentle glow that makes everything feel possible. Snowflakes descend in graceful arcs, creating a silver curtain that drifts around us with dreamlike softness. Every heartbeat resonates like a quiet hymn, carried across the night sky, building a sanctuary of hope. And in this luminous calm, joy unfurls like the first blush of morning, casting a warm brilliance over everything we hold dear. Farther along the winding streets, wreaths decorated with velvet ribbons sway gently in the winter breeze. Strings of lights twist around tall lampposts, sending glittering reflections across frozen puddles that mirror the night like fractured pearls. Carriers of holiday cheer gather near a grand archway where a choir begins to sing, their harmonies blooming through the air with graceful unity. The scent of warm pastries, roasted almonds, and spiced cider drifts from small market stalls, wrapping the evening with comforting sweetness. Children weave through the crowd, their rosy cheeks glowing beneath woolen scarves as they chase drifting flakes that glimmer like delicate fragments of crystal. Every moment feels suspended in time, softened by the combined glow of music, laughter, and the serene hush that rests upon the snow-covered rooftops. Within this enchanted stillness, emotions deepen, warmed by the silent beauty woven throughout the night. Stay within this radiant winter reverie, where frost outlines each branch like threads of silver embroidery, traced by invisible hands. Let the snowfall guide us toward a dawn filled with gentle light, bright enough to awaken hope even within the coldest shadows. Your voice carries through the calm like a soft beacon, steady and luminous, offering reaches against the vastness of the night. Every flake landing upon our skin feels like a delicate vow, a reminder that warmth can be found even in the heart of winter's quiet stillness. And as long as these candlelit corridors return with their glowing beauty, shaping delicate patterns that resemble silver lace stitched by the night itself. The early dawn glows faintly behind drifting clouds, casting lavender light across the quiet neighborhood. I wander beneath garlands strung between lampposts, their tiny bulbs shimmering like distant constellations brought down to earth. With each breath, the crisp air fills my lungs with cool sweetness, carrying echoes of old carols drifting from home, still wrapped in cozy slumber. Lift your eyes to the glowing sky, where the first snow of Christmas morning swirls like polished crystal in a giantless waltz. Let the hush of winter wrap around us, softening every edge of the waking world while it paints our hearts with shimmering calm. Your warmth steadies me through the chill, a radiant flame bright enough to outshine the pale horizon. If this fragile beauty could stretch into eternity, I'd walk through its quiet brilliance with you forever. Shops along the cobblestone pathway brighten one by one, spilling amber light onto the frost-kissed street. Children gather near a towering evergreen draped with gilded ornaments and velvet bows, their excitement rising like sparks above the crowd. Street violinist begins a gentle melody that glides through the air like a ribbon of sound, weaving through the scents of roasted chestnuts and sweet peppermint drifting from every corner. The world feels soft, vibrant, awake, alive with the spirit only this season carries. Stay with me as the morning unfolds its radiant tapestry, revealing a day touched by wonder, grace, and quiet joy. Snow settles on our shoulders like whispered blessings, each flake a fleeting miracle shaped from winter's breath. Your voice glides through the crisp air like a hymn of hope, guiding me toward a horizon bathed in shimmering gold. And as long as Christmas continues to return with its tender brilliance, I will cherish these moments beside you, where warmth conquers every shadow, where warmth conquers every shadow. Holding a lantern against the cold midnight breeze, I walk along a narrow path where ancient pines tower overhead, their branches heavy with shimmering frost. The golden light spills from the lantern's glass in soft, trembling circles, illuminating drifting snowflakes that dance like tiny fireflies caught between moments. Each step sends a muted crunch through the frozen earth, echoing faintly through the quiet forest. Wrapped in moonlit silver, the air brims with the scent of evergreen resin and the distant trace of wood smoke rising from hidden cabins. Nestled deep within the hills, shadows stretch and fall like gentle waves across the glistening ground, shifting as the wind stirs the tall branches in this still and solemn night. Every detail feels delicately placed as the winter itself composed the scenery with patient, meticulous care. The deeper I wander, the more the world seems to exhale a long serene sigh, welcoming the quiet magic of the season. Stay close as the lantern light guides us through this hushed winter realm, where snowflakes drift in swirling spirals like celestial dust falling from distant constellations. Let the faint chime of unseen bells glide through the frosty air, weaving a fragile melody that wraps around our hearts like warm silk. Your presence glows beside me, steady and unwavering, casting a radiant calm through the midnight chill. If the night could stretch endlessly, I'd wander its luminous pathways with you, breath mingling in soft cloud steps, matching the quiet rhythm of winter's gentle pulse.
from arched wooden posts, casting warm halos across snow-packed ground. A small gathering of travelers stand nearby, sharing steaming cups of spiced tea that release fragrant curls of cinnamon and clove into the crisp night air. Laughter blends with the soft crunch of boots, creating a gentle chorus that rises toward the stardusted sky. Beyond them, a frozen lake stretches outward like a polished mirror, reflecting the constellation-laced heavens and doubling their celestial glow. Children trace lines across the icy surface with their mittened hands, delighted by the patterns of frost blooming beneath their touch. Everything radiates a sense of peaceful celebration, quiet, heartfelt, unsuspecting of grandeur. In this luminous stillness, my spirit feels light, drifting effortlessly between nostalgia and wonder, as the night deepens into a world painted entirely by winter's grace. Remain beside me in this glowing winter haven, where lanterns shimmer like floating stars, and the whisper of falling snow softens every edge of the world. Let the steady breeze guide us toward a horizon framed with possibility, brightened by the tender hope carried through the crisp December sky. Your voice sweeps through the silence like a gentle hymn, weaving warmth into the chilly air with effortless ease. Each delicate flake that settles upon our sleeves seems to hold a quiet vow, an affirmation that light endures even in the deepest midnight. And as long as nights like this return with their serene radiance and silver glow, I will search for your presence along these lands. Snow settles softly along the dim December streets, wrapping the quiet town in layers of pale silver hush. Lanterns flicker gently beneath the drifting flakes, casting wandering halos that shimmer against frosted windows. My breath curls into ribbons of cloud, rising into the calm air as distant chimneys exhale warmth into the growing dawn. Each footstep feels like a small echo from seasons gone, carrying memories shaped from laughter, firelight, and a tenderness still lingering beneath the cold. Hold this Christmas moment with me, where the winter sky glows like brushed crystal and the world breathes in soft harmony. Let the snowfall paint its luminous veil across our shoulders, turning every heartbeat into a gentle carol, drifting toward the heavens. Your presence warms the chilled air, dissolving the shadows that cling to the quiet morning. If this serenity could linger, I would remain here forever, wrapped in the shimmering grace of a winter touched by home. We walk past the decorated windows, where reefs shimmer with ruby berries and golden ribbons glowing like embers against the glass. The aroma of spiced pastries drifts from the bakery door, mingling with the crisp scent of pine branches layered along the stone pathways. Children laugh beneath strings of lanterns, their voices ringing like chimes scattered across the street. Every corner feels alive with gentle anticipation, as though the season itself is whispering an invitation to remember everything warm and beautiful. Stay close as the morning brightens, letting the soft chorus of winter rise around us like a blessing carved from silver. Wind and early light snowflakes land on our hands like fleeting wishes, dissolving into warmth the moment we touch them. Your voice moves through the calm like a promise wrapped in gentle radiance, guiding me toward a horizon embroidered with new beginnings. And as long as Christmas heard the quiet, exquisite beauty of the cold night is filled with abundant hope, a gift of divine grace. Our home is a warm vessel, a
steadfast garrison against the winter's chill. We persevere through the remaining days of the year, knowing the joy of Christmas is the greatest reward. This short sacred end around allows us to focus on the peaceful tidings that the holiday brings. We watch as the true spirit of generosity begins to unfurl like a beautiful banner. The gentle radiance of the firelight fills every corner, reminding us of the light that overcomes all darkness. We commit to filling our hearts the most precious vessel with abundant grace. Receive the exquisite tidings of peace and abundant grace. Let the gentle radiance unfurl in your heart, giving you the strength to persevere. Our love is a safe vessel, a spiritual garrison through every The love we share is an abundant source of strength, helping us to persevere. Our family is a strong garrison of support, protecting the exquisite moments of grace. We unfurl our dreams for the future during this quiet. We fill our hearts, the precious vessel, with the peaceful tidings. The warm radiance of the room is the only light we need. Receive the exquisite tidings of peace and abundant grace. Let the gentle radiance unfurl in your heart, giving you the strength to persevere. Our love is a safe vessel, a spiritual garrison through every The star above offers a silent illumination and beautiful light, guiding us to deeper understanding. Our hearts are replete with goodwill and amity. We gladly forgo the superficial for the sacred. We watch the fire scintillate, casting warm hues across the room. We abide in the truth that love is the central message. We let our spirits ascend to meet the peace in the air. We venture into the night, holding tightly to hope, choosing to cling to the belief in miracles. Let the illumination of the star help our spirits ascend. We cling to the amity that makes our hearts replete. We forgo all doubt and venture into the light. Let the joy scintillate and abide, painted in beautiful hues. We venture into the quiet evening, letting the illumination of the season ascend us. We cling to feeling of amity that makes our hearts beat to me, willingly forego any stress, choosing to abide in the gentle hues. The simple lights scintillate, a reminder of the quiet miracle. Let the illumination of the star joyful sound of laughter and singing filling the space. This feeling is the pinnacle of the year's emotional high points, a triumph over the darker moments. The memories we make now will be vivid and enduring, recorded in the chronicle of our hearts. Though the day is full of mirthful celebration, there is a quiet solemnity that underlies the joy, a deep reverence for the sacred truth of Christmas. The ringing of the church chimes calls us together, uniting our spirits in perfect unison. We traverse the path of the past year with gratitude, strengthening our resolve to live with greater kindness. The goodwill is profuse, a generous, boundless flow of selfless affection. We embrace the complexity of the season, allowing both solemnity and mirthful joy to exist in unison. Hear the chimes ring out a mirthful sound, declaring the pinnacle of our joy, a true triumph of love. We stand together in unison, making a quiet resolve to traverse all future challenges. Let the vivid memories be profuse, and may the solemnity of the night bring peace to all. This is the pinnacle of our year, the greatest triumph of our shared love. The decorations are profuse, a vivid display of color and light that adds to the mirthful spirit. We find the true pinnacle of the holiday in the deep quiet that follows the laughter, the time for quiet solemnity. The church chimes sound again, reminding us of the unison of faith across the world. We strengthen our resolve to live with grace, recognizing every day as a small triumph. We traverse the house, gathering loved ones close, creating vivid memories that will last until the next Christmas. Hear the chimes ring out a mirthful sound, declaring the pinnacle of our joy, a true triumph of love. We stand together in unison, making a quiet resolve to traverse all future challenges. Let the vivid memories be profuse, and may the solemnity of the night bring peace to all. This is the pinnacle of our year. Hark to the sound of the distant chime, a simple metallic echo that rings ancient wisdom of the season. This sound, which cuts through the ephemeral noise of the city, holds a deep, quiet solemnity. We ponder the profound verity. It carries the truth of peace, the necessity of kindness. We choose to abide in this moment, letting the sound sanctify the space and unburden our troubled minds. The simple circular wreath on the door is the embodiment of eternity.
We pawn all enmity of the night, letting the eternal echo sanctify our souls. We choose to adhere to the sempiternal truth, making a resolve to emulate the light. We unburden our hearts, allowing our faith to scintillate and endure. The verity we find here is the core of our joy. Hark to the chime, the eternal echo of ancient wisdom. We abide in the truth, letting mighty of the night sanctify our hearts. The embodiment of peace is our sempiternal resolve. We adhere to the love that endures, letting our hopes scintillate like a holy verity. The collective voice of the earth, though slightly out of tune, rises in beautiful opal unison outside the door, creating an invincible aura of community. We hark to the sound, letting this simple melody sanctify the space we inhabit. My heart, a weary vessel often laden with doubt, feels unburdened and replete with a sudden abundant sense of peace. We traverse the room, gathering close, recognizing that this physical proximity is the deepest form of kinship. The threads of our individual stories intertwine, creating a powerful tapestry of shared history. This moment feels like a quiet, profound interlude in the year's frantic pace, a brief sanctuary where serenity and laughter exist in perfect harmony. I make a resolve to abide in this feeling, carrying the strength of this unison with me into the inevitable solitude of the day after. The gentle rhythmic beat of the music is a comforting lullaby to my soul. Oh, the sanctuary of unison wills abide in peace, and the invincible aura makes us replete. We resolve to hold this feeling close, the comforting lullaby in perfect unison. We unburden the vessel of our hearts, letting our spirits intertwine in abundant kinship. This sacred sanctuary is built on the solemnity of sharing and the truth of the interlude. We traverse the long, quiet hours, start letting the feeling of peace pervade every corner. The memory of the carols sung in beautiful unison becomes the eternal echo in my mind. We abide in the deep devotion to family, which is the only invincible force we know. My heart, the vessel of my spirit, is replete with the abundant grace of the season. We feel the heavy burdens of the past year being gently unburdened as our lives intertwine with profound kinship. The quiet room is a sanctuary, a safe shelter from the storm, where we make a final resolve to cherish the solemnity of the simple. Oh, the sanctuary of unison, where deep in peace and the invincible aura makes us replete. We resolve to hold this feeling close, the comforting lullaby in perfect unison. We unburden the vessel of our hearts, letting our spirits intertwine in abundant kinship. This sacred sanctuary is built on the solemnity.
The internal territory of my soul is an immense, multi-layered document that require continuous, patient expression rather than hurried judgmental correction. My complex identity is the unfolding map. The gentle, sustained revelation of my own intricate layered terrain, a personal destiny that proudly refuses to be compressed into a single simplistic straight line. By external pressure, I choose to honor the strange, beautiful detours and confusing yet necessary intersections that define my unique journey, recognizing that the flaws are simply the uncolored regions of the great design. I write this to commemorate the singular joy of finally embracing the truth of my own being, realizing that the map is perfect precisely because it is so beautifully complicated. I finally look upon the entire intricate, beautiful rendering of my own self without fear or self-censure, embracing the whole terrain, the deep, gentle revelation of the unfolding map settles my anxious, critical spirit into a gentle, perfect, profound self-acceptance against the world's quiet demand for simplifying and flattening the self. The beautiful, chaotic lines of my own history establish the gentle, unshakable terms of my current self-love, where every nervous, anxious imperfection finds a gentle, perfectly sustained complexity in the profound stillness of this vast, intricate design. I dedicate my future to the joyous, continuous exploration of my own beautiful, vast, complicated soul. If self-love could be visualized, it would be the calm, objective curiosity of an expert cartographer, a powerful, quiet desire to chart and meticulously label the entire terrain of my consciousness without external judgment or internal shame. This continuous unfolding requires me to pay constant, soft attention to the ever-changing boundaries of my growth and understanding, celebrating discoveries rather than lamenting the mistakes. This quiet devotion to my true complex path is a profound, sacred comfort, a slow, gentle realization that the truest mastery is found not in effortless perfection, but in the graceful acceptance of one's own complex, continuous, difficult journey. I honor the winding, detailed lines now, understanding their ultimate unified purpose. My soul finally recognizes the entire history of its difficult, winding path as the essential, perfect design for its ultimate purpose. The magnificent, unassailable honesty of the spirit softly emanates, celebrate the delicate triumph of enduring self-love and the tender, self-defined revelation found in cherishing the unfolding map as the single, essential document of my life. The ultimate freedom is found in the quiet, absolute intricacy of a self that refuses to be simply defined. I will eternally honor the complex, beautiful, terrifying truth of the internal territory I was born to explore.